of the United States, and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. President Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that the House of Representatives has engaged in an impeachment inquiry focused on President Trump's corrupt solicitation of Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 United States presidential election. As part of this impeachment inquiry, the committees undertaking the investigation served subpoenas seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices and current and former officials. In response, without lawful cause or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. President Trump abused the powers of his high office through the following means. 1, directing the White House to defy a lawful subpoena by withholding the production of documents sought therein by the committees. 2, directing other executive branch agencies and offices to defy lawful subpoenas and withhold the production of documents and records from the committees, in response to which the Department of State, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Energy, and Department of Defense refused to produce a single document or record. 3, directing current and former executive branch officials not to cooperate with the committees, in response to which 9 administration officials defied subpoenas for testimony, namely John Michael Mick Mulvaney, Robert B. Blair, John A. Eisenberg, Michael Ellis, Preston Wells Griffith, Russell T. Vogt, Michael Duffy, Brian McCormick, and T. Ulrich Breckbuhl. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous efforts to undermine United States government investigations into foreign interference in United States elections. Through these actions, President Trump sought to arrogate to himself the right to determine the propriety, scope, and nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own conduct, as well as the unilateral prerogative to deny any and all information to the House of Representatives and the exercise of its sole power of impeachment. In the history of the Republic, no president has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. This abuse of office served to cover up the president's own repeated misconduct and to seize and control the power of impeachment, and thus to nullify a vital constitutional safeguard vested solely in the House of Representatives. In all of this, President Trump has acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of constitutional government, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Pursuant to House Resolution 767, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Judiciary is adopted. The resolution shall be debatable for 6 hours, equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, each will control 3 hours. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.Res. 755.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House.
Gentlelady, distinguished speaker is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, for his tremendous leadership in helping us honor the Constitution of the United States. I also extend my gratitude to Chairman Schiff, who will be presiding later in the day. My colleagues, this morning and every morning, when we come together, members rise and pledge allegiance to the flag. Every day, all across America, children in school, members of the military, officials, and those civically engaged also pledge allegiance to the flag. Let us recall what that pledge says. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The republic for which it stands is what we are here to talk about today. A republic, if we can keep it. We gather today under the dome of this temple of democracy to exercise one of the most solemn powers that this body can take, the impeachment of the President of the United States. No member, regardless of party or politics, comes to Congress to impeach a president. But every one of us, as our first act as a member of Congress, stood on this historic House floor before our beautiful American flag and raised our hands in this sacred oath. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So help me God. For 230 years, members have taken that sacred oath, which makes us custodians of the Constitution. When our founders declared independence and established a new nation, they crafted a system of government unlike one ever seen before, a republic, starting with the sacred words, "We the people." For centuries, Americans have fought and died to defend democracy for the people. But, very sadly now, our founders' vision of a republic is under threat from actions from the White House. That is why today, as Speaker of the House, I solemnly and sadly open the debate on the impeachment of the President of the United States. If we do not act now, we would be derelict in our duty. It is tragic that the President's reckless actions make impeachment necessary. He gave us no choice. What we are discussing today is the established fact that the President violated the Constitution. It is a matter of fact that the President is an ongoing threat to our national security and the integrity of our elections, the basis of our democracy. Hundreds of historians, legal scholars, and former prosecutors, regardless of party, have stated that the President committed impeachable offenses. Since today is a national civics lesson, though a sad one, I submit these documents for the record and commend them for students to study.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What we are discussing today is the established fact that the President, again, violated the Constitution. It is a matter of fact that the President is, again, an ongoing threat to our national security. And the testimony of decorated war heroes, distinguished diplomats, and patriotic career public servants, some of the President's own appointees over the past weeks, have told us this. The President used the power of his public office to obtain an improper personal political benefit at the expense of America's national security. When a president weakens a Democratic ally that is advancing American security interests by fighting an American adversary, the president weakens America. This abuse of power also jeopardizes the integrity of our elections. All Americans agree that American voters should choose our president, not some foreign government. The founders understood that it is profoundly corrosive for our democracy for a president to invite interference in our elections. As George Washington, our nation's patriot, under whose gaze we stand today, warned, history and experience prove that foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of Republican government. George Washington. Sadly, the American people have witnessed further wrongs of the president which necessitate the second article of impeachment, obstruction of Congress. When the president's wrongdoing was revealed, he launched an unprecedented, indiscriminate, and categorical campaign of defiance and obstruction. Never before in the history of our nation have we seen a president declare and act as he is above the law. The president goes even so far as to say and act on this absurdity when he says, Article 2 says I can do whatever I want. No, it doesn't. That recklessness is a profound violation of the Constitution and our republic, which endure because of our system of separation of power, 3 co-equal branches, each a check and balance on the other, a republic, again, if we can keep it. The founders' great fear of a rogue or corrupt president is the very reason why they enshrined impeachment in the Constitution. As one founder, William Davie of North Carolina, warned, unless the Constitution contained an impeachment provision, a president might spare no efforts or means whatever to get himself reelected. Another founder, George Mason, insisted that the president who procured his appointment in the first instance through improper and corrupt acts might repeat his guilt and return to power. We in Congress, Article 1, the legislative branch, must stand up and make clear to the American people and to all people that this body still stands by the principles enshrined in the Constitution and defended by generations of Americans. Last week, in observance of the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge, members traveled to that hallowed ground to express our gratitude to the heroes of freedom who sacrificed everything to secure victory of freedom over tyranny, not just for America, but for the world. The veterans of that battle, who were there in their 90s, told us how after the war was won, the Europeans to whom they liberated would ask, why did you risk us? You don't know us, and give your lives to save us. We're not Americans. And our men would say, we came here to fight for you, not because you are Americans, because we are Americans. As our beloved Chairman Elijah Cummings, an Oversight Committee Chair, our North Star, said when announcing his support for this action, quote, when the history books are written about this tumultuous era, I want them to show that I was among those in the House of Representatives who stood up to lawlessness and tyranny. He also said, almost prophetically, when we are dancing with the angels, the question will be, what did we do to make sure we kept our democracy intact? Elijah, as you know, has since passed on. Now he is dancing with the angels. And I know that he and all of us here are very proud of the moral courage of members who want to honor the vision of our founders for a republic, the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform to defend it, and the aspirations of our children to live freely within it. Today we are here to defend democracy for the people. May God bless America. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we are here today to enter into a debate that should surprise no one. This has not been a surprise, and it's not even something that we would have not thought about. From the very moment that the majority party in this House won, the inevitability that we would be here today was only a matter of what date they would schedule it. Nothing else. In fact, how it even began to look even further was on September 24th. The Speaker announced an impeachment inquiry before even seeing the call transcript that we're going to hear so much about today. You know, it's not about what this body can do and its constitutional oath. And there's been a lot of constitutional and founders thrown around and will be all day today. But there's one thing that I will mention all along, and that is also the founders were very concerned about a partisan impeachment in which politics of the majority who have their strength can do what they want to do, irregardless of any facts. In fact, I've said it before and I will say it again. I do not believe, no matter what was said today and even what has been said, this is not a solemn occasion. When you go looking for something for 3 years, and especially this year since January, you ought to be excited when you found it, but they can't, because I know what is now happening. It took me last night, but I was thinking about it. Why do we keep calling this a solemn occasion when you've been wanting to do this ever since the gentleman was elected? Mr. President came forward and did what he thought fit for the American people, but yet they wanted to impeach him. And it hit me. Now I know. The reason they wanted to is now they're realizing what I told them and have been telling them for the last few weeks, that the clock and the calendar are terrible masters. The clock and the calendar are terrible masters. They do not care about anything except getting the time done and the calendar fixed. They do not care about facts. They do not care about time. And one day the clock and the calendar will hang along this body in a very detrimental way. How do I know this? Because one of our members, Ms. Tlaib, said on the night she was sworn in, we're going to impeach. Well, you know the rest. In May of 2019, Al Green said, I'm concerned if we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected. That is probably the most prescient thing said by the majority in the last year, is they said we can't beat him if we don't impeach him. There's a reason behind this impeachment. And even Speaker Pelosi said it would be dangerous to leave it to voters to determine whether President Trump stays in office. Really? After we just said the Pledge of Allegiance, we go back to the Speaker's own words and said it would be dangerous to leave it to the voters? I will tell you right now, Madam Speaker, we on the Republican side have no problem taking our case to the majority and to the people of this country, because they elected Donald Trump, and it is a matter for the voters, not this House, not in this way, not in the way this is being done. It has trampled everything this House believes in. I said it yesterday, and I believe it to be this true today. I will fight this on process, which has been deplorable, to use a word of the majority. It has been awful. The calendar and the clock make it impressive that we actually do it quickly. We don't care about rules. We don't care about minority hearing days. We don't care about giving the opportunity for witnesses to be called, because the chairman gets to determine what is relevant. Wow, that's pretty good. Let the accuser determine what is relevant to the one being accused. The people of America see through this. The people of America understand due process, and they understand when it is being trampled in the people's house. You see, it's also not a matter of process, which will be discussed today. It's a matter of actual facts. I will fight the facts all day long. Because what we found here today is a president who did not do as being charged. In fact, they had to go to abuse of power, this amorphous term that you're going to hear many, many arguments about how that abuse of power, except for one thing. The call itself, the two parties say no pressure. Nothing was ever done to get the money. In fact, they didn't even know the money was held. But there is something that very much bothers me about the facts. There were 5 meetings, we'll hear about those today, in which it was never a linkage made. There was one witness that is depended on over 600 times in the majority's report, that in the end, after questioned, had to say, well, that was my presumption of what was happening. You see, this is an impeachment based on presumption. This is an impeachment, basically also a poll-tested impeachment on what actually sells to the American people. Today is going to be a lot of things. What it is not is fair. What it is not is about the truth. What is true today, and I just heard it just a moment ago in the articles themselves where it said, and the speaker, I believe, actually talked about this as well, is that the president weakened a foreign leader. You know what the truth of the matter is? Madam Speaker, the most interesting and deplorable thing that I've heard over the last few weeks is the actual attack by the majority on President Zelensky. Because they realize their whole crux of their case is that if he was not pressured, their house of cards falls. And by the way, it's already failed. But if we can't show pressure, then we either have to call him a liar, a world leader, or we have to make up names to call him. And that's exactly what happened in the Judiciary Committee when a member of the majority actually said he's acting, or they're complaining to a battered wife. That is below the dignity of this body, to take a world leader and when he doesn't make your case for you, to belittle him. Especially, as is going to be often said by the majority, that they're in the middle of a hot war with Russia. You see, President Trump actually did give them offensive weapons. President Trump did nothing wrong. We're going to talk about that all day long today. We went on process and we went on facts. Why? Because the American people will see through this. But before I close this first part, I will have to recognize that even the Senate, the minority leader in the Senate, recognizes that the House did not do their job. because he can't make the case to his own members, so he's having to ask for witnesses, ask for more time. You see, and even yesterday, it was sort of funny. I thought it hilarious. The minority leader in the Senate went out and did a press conference and said, they denied my witnesses. They denied my request. Well, welcome to the club, Mr. Schumer. That's exactly what's happened over here for the last 3 months. Amen. So today, we're going to talk a lot about impeachment. We're going to talk a lot about our president, and we're going to talk about 2 articles of impeachment. Abuse of power, because they can't actually pin anything of factual basis on him. The president did nothing wrong in this issue. And then they're going to talk about obstruction of Congress. You know, obstruction of Congress, as I've said before, is like petulant children saying we didn't get our way when we didn't ask the right way and we didn't actually go after it and try to make a case. You know why, Madam Speaker? The clock and the calendar are terrible masters. And the majority will own that problem today, because to the clock and the calendar, facts don't matter. The promises to the base matter. And today is a promise kept for the majority. Not a surprise, a fact. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, the House of Representatives must now consider 2 articles of impeachment against President Trump. The first article charges that the President used his public office to coerce a foreign government into attacking his political rival. The second article charges that the President took extreme and unprecedented steps to obstruct our investigation into his conduct. Taken together, the 2 articles charge that President Trump placed his private political interests above our national security, above our elections, and above our system of checks and balances. After months of investigation, there can be no serious debate about the evidence at hand. On July 25th, when he spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine, President Trump had the upper hand. The President, through his agents, had already demanded that Ukraine announce an investigation of his political opponents. Ukraine needed our help, both military aid, which had been appropriated by Congress because of our security interests, and an Oval Office meeting to show the world that the United States continues to stand with Ukraine against Russian aggression. President Trump should have been focused on the interests of the American people on that call. Instead, he prioritized his private political interests. President Trump asked President Zelensky for a favor. He wanted Ukraine to announce 2 bogus investigations, one into former Vice President Biden, then his leading opponent in the 2020 election, and another to advance a conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, attacked our elections in 2016. Neither request was premised on any legitimate national security or foreign policy interest. One was intended to help President Trump conceal the truth about the 2016 election. The other was intended to help him gain an advantage in the 2020 election. After the call, President Trump ratcheted up the pressure. He deployed his private attorney and other agents, some acting far outside the regular channels of diplomacy, to make his desires clear. There would be no aid and no meeting until Ukraine announced the sham investigations. To our founding generation, abuse of power was a specific, well-defined offense. A president may not misuse the powers of the presidency to obtain an improper personal benefit. The evidence shows that President Trump did exactly that. For this alone, he should be impeached. But the first article also identifies 2 aggravating factors. When President Trump conditioned military aid on a personal favor, he harmed America's national security. And when he demanded that a foreign government target his domestic political rival, he took steps to corrupt our next election. To the founders, these offenses clearly merited removal from office. The President faces a second article of impeachment for his efforts to obstruct our investigation of his misconduct. The Constitution grants the sole power of impeachment to the House of Representatives. Within our system of checks and balances, the President may not decide for himself what constitutes a valid impeachment inquiry, nor may he ignore lawful subpoenas or direct others to do so. Many presidents, including President Trump, have asserted privileges and other objections to specific subpoenas. But only President Trump has ordered the categorical defiance of a congressional investigation, the automatic rejection of all subpoenas. The President is not above the law, and he should be impeached for this as well. Congress cannot wait for the next election to address this misconduct. President Trump has demonstrated a clear pattern of wrongdoing. This is not the first time he has solicited foreign interference in an election, has been exposed, and has attempted to obstruct the resulting investigation. We cannot rely on the next election as a remedy for presidential misconduct when the President threatens the very integrity of that election. He has shown us he will continue to put his selfish interests above the good of the country. We must act without delay. By his actions, President Trump has broken his oath of office. His conduct continues to undermine our Constitution and threaten our next election. His actions warrant his impeachment and demand his removal from office. I urge my colleagues to support these articles, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure at this time to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Sensenbrenner.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to impeaching the President. The Constitution says that any civil officer, including the President, may be impeached for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Unlike the Nixon and Clinton cases, there are no allegations that the President has committed a crime. We've had almost 3 years of nonstop investigations. We've had the Mueller report, we've had the Schiff investigation, we've had the Nadler investigation, and at no time is there any evidence that indicates that Donald J. Trump violated any criminal statute of the United States. So why are we here? We're here because the majority caucus, the Democratic caucus, has been hijacked by the radical left. They have wanted to reverse the course of the 2016 election ever since Donald J. Trump won that election. So let's look at these two phony articles of impeachment. First of all, abuse of power. The phone call in question had the President say, "Our country has been through a lot. I want you to do us a favor. Not me a favor, us a favor." And there he was referring to our country, the United States of America, not a personal political gain. He was not afraid to let this transcript go public, and he released the transcript almost immediately after the call. Now, the second article, impeachment, obstruction of Congress, it basically says that unless the President gives us everything we want and when we want it, then he's committed an impeachable offense. That's a bunch of bunk. The President has certain individual and privileges by virtue of his office. Whenever there's been a dispute between the executive and legislative branches heretofore, they've gone to court. And the Supreme Court a couple weeks ago said they would take jurisdiction over deciding whether the President had to comply with one subpoena relating to his tax returns. Now here, the Democrats have been bent to impeach the President of the United States before the court decides this. And this means that there's a rush job to do this. And why is there? Because they want to influence the 2020 elections. And they spent 3 years doing it. They spent millions of taxpayers' dollars, including the Mueller report, putting together this impeachment. And they also have had this Congress wrapped around impeachment and not doing their jobs until the dam broke this week. Stop this charade, vote no, and I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Wisconsin knows full well the President asserted no privileges here. He simply ordered complete defiance of the impeachment inquiry. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Nadler, for your leadership as we navigate this challenging time, not just for our committee and Congress, but for our country. It's with profound sadness that I stand here today in support of these articles of impeachment. President Trump's behavior is exactly what our founders feared most. They knew that with the awesome power of the presidency came the risk of a president abusing that power for personal gain. They were particularly concerned about an executive who became entangled with foreign governments, corrupted our elections, or sought to avoid consequences for his own misconduct in office. That is why they included impeachment in the Constitution, to protect our republic. Our colleagues across the aisle have claimed that we're impeaching the president because we don't like him, but this moment is about more than disagreement with the president's policies or personality. Those issues belong in the voting booth. Our task here is not to judge the president himself. Instead, we must judge his conduct and whether his actions have undermined our Constitution. The president has committed the highest of high crimes under our Constitution. He used the highest office in our government and taxpayer dollars to pressure a foreign country to interfere in our elections. He undermined our national security. And when he got caught, he tried to cover it up, obstructing our investigation and refusing to produce subpoenaed documents and witnesses. A government where the president abuses his power is not of the people. A government where the president pressures a foreign country to undermine our elections is not by the people. And a government where the president puts his own interests before the country is not for the people. This isn't complicated. You know it, I know it, the American people know it. President Trump's wrongdoing and the urgent threat that his actions present to our next election and our democracy leaves us no principled alternative but to support these articles of impeachment. Our Constitution, our country, and our children depend upon it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish, as the gentlelady just said, I wish they would examine the factual conduct, but I guess that's not going to happen. So at this point, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Speaker, the founders of this country warned us against a single-party impeachment because they feared it would bitterly and perhaps irreparably divide our nation. The truth is, in the 243 years of this republic, there has never been a single-party fraudulent impeachment process like the one being used today. Our Democrat colleagues have weaponized the impeachment provision of the Constitution to nullify the votes of 63 million Americans who elected President Donald J. Trump. This is not about a phone call or Ukraine or even his use of the executive privilege. You have to remember that 95 of the Democrats on this floor today voted to impeach Donald Trump before the July 25th phone call ever happened between President Trump and President Zelensky. And not only is this a single-party impeachment, it's also evidence-free. After all their Herculean efforts, they could only come up with 2 short articles of impeachment. On the first, the Democrats know there is zero direct evidence in this record of these proceedings to show that President Trump engaged in any abuse of power. As you'll hear today, their entire case is based on hearsay, speculation, and conjecture, and there's not a single fact witness that can provide testimony to support their baseless allegations. The Democrats' second claim is that President Trump obstructed Congress by simply doing what virtually every other president in the modern era has also done, and that is to assert, Mr. Chairman, a legitimate executive privilege which protects the separation of powers. And you know what? If they disagreed with that, the Democrats could and should have just simply gone a few blocks away to a federal court to get an expedited court order compelling the extra documents and information they requested. That's what's always been done in the past, but they didn't do that here because these Democrats don't have time for it. They are trying to meet their own arbitrary, completely reckless, and Machiavellian timeline to take down a president that they loathe. The real abuse of power here is on the part of the House Democrats. They have feverishly produced and pursued this impeachment 20 times faster than the impeachment investigation of Bill Clinton. They've tried to reach their predetermined political outcome, and along the way, they've steamrolled over constitutionally guaranteed due process,
Gentleman's time has
previously
expired.
sacrosanct House rules, and the federal rules of civil procedure. This must fail.
The gentleman's time has
This is a shameful day
expired.
for the country. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman knows that impeachment was put into the Constitution as a defense of the Republic in between elections. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a day of accountability and defending our democracy. The facts in front of us are clear. This president, Donald J. Trump, coerced a fragile foreign ally to investigate his political opponent and interfere in our elections. And he leveraged critically needed, congressionally approved military aid to Ukraine. The president's allies want to claim that he did this because he cared about corruption. But if President Trump truly cared about corruption, then he would have listened to the talking points that were prepared by the National Security Council on anti-corruption. He did not. In fact, on those 2 calls with President Zelensky, he never mentioned the word corruption. He did not abide by the Department of Defense's own recommendation that Ukraine had passed all the anti-corruption benchmarks, and he didn't listen to the unanimous conclusion of all of his top advisors that he must release that aid to Ukraine. He did release the aid in 2017 and 2018, but not in 2019. Why? Because in 2019, Vice President Joe Biden was running for president. Because this is not hearsay. We have a responsibility. The president told us himself on national television exactly what he wanted from the phone call with President Zelensky. He came onto the White House lawn and he said, I wanted President Zelensky to open an investigation into the Bidens. He solicited foreign interference before. He is doing it now, and he will do it again. The president is the smoking gun. Our founders, Mr. Speaker, entrusted us with the awesome responsibility of protecting our democracy, which gets its power not from the bloodlines of monarchs, but from the votes of we the people. Without that, we are no longer a democracy, we are a monarchy or a dictatorship. And so today, to uphold my oath to Constitution and country, I will vote to impeach Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll also remind my chairman that impeachment was never been as a political weapon in between elections when you can't win the next one. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Conaway.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other than authorizing an act of war, impeachment is the gravest item that we as Congress can consider. The decision to move forward with impeachment of a United States president is so consequential that it's only been done 3 times previously in our nation's history, all based on legitimate evidence of criminal behavior. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues have diminished what should be a solemn and grave proceeding into an absolute political circus, simply because they don't like the man occupying the White House. Many Democrats have been intent on impeaching the president since the day he took office. Their actions are clearly motivated by hatred for President Trump. This impeachment vote today is the next step in their long-held plan to remove him from office. The partisan impeachment investigation run by the House Intelligence Committee was unnecessarily held behind closed doors in a room designed to share classified information. Nothing classified was shared during these meetings, but the result of this decision was that most members of Congress and all Americans were blocked from hearing the facts for themselves. Chairman Schiff repeatedly withheld crucial information from the Republicans, including the ability for anyone but himself and his staff to speak with the whistleblower at the center of the investigation. He was even called out by liberal media outlets for spreading misinformation and falsehoods throughout the impeachment process. The public hearings were complete disregard for the House rules and the decades of precedent. Republicans were not allowed to call witnesses or to make basic parliamentary motions. In fact, the only witnesses allowed to testify publicly were those who fit neatly within the Democrats' predetermined narrative. Most importantly, we have not been presented any real evidence that proves the president is guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors as required by the Constitution to remove a duly elected president. If there were criminal activity, as many of my Democrat colleagues claim, then why are there no crimes listed in the articles of impeachment? We are forever weakening this body by turning impeachment into a political weapon. This impeachment scheme is nothing more than an attempt to conduct a taxpayer-funded opposition research and damage the president's electability heading into 2020. The American people see right through this charade and are fed up. It's time for this madness to stop and for us to get back to the important work the American people sent us here to do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, for your leadership. Let's start by making this very simple. No one in America could do what Donald Trump did and get away with it. No American elected official can call up a foreign government and ask for an investigation of a political opponent. No member of Congress can call up a foreign official and ask for help in our re-election campaign. If we did that, we would likely get indicted. No one is above the law, and the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. I first swore an oath to the Constitution when I joined the United States Air Force on active duty. And the oath I took was not to a political party or to a president or to a king. It was to a document that has made America the greatest nation on earth. And that document contains a safeguard for when the president's abuse of power is so extreme that it warrants impeachment. We're not here because of policy disputes. While I disagree with the president, I acknowledge he has a right to restrict the number of refugees entering our country. He has a right to eliminate environmental executive orders. He has a right to sign a bill that has given tax breaks to the wealthy. But the president does not have the right to cheat and to solicit foreign interference in our elections. That is illegal. It is not what the voters elected him to do, and we will not stand for it. The president's actions in this case were particularly insidious because he also used our government for his private gain. He conditioned taxpayer-funded military aid and a critical White House meeting with the Ukrainian president on the requirement that Ukraine publicly announce an investigation into his opponent. And by harming Ukrainian national security, the president also harmed U.S. national security. And then the president solicited foreign interference again on the South Lawn of the White House, when he again asked Ukraine to investigate his political opponent, and then he asked China, our peer competitor, to do the same. That abuse of power is not acceptable. Whether or not the Senate convicts, the House has an independent duty to do the right thing. That's why we have passed over 275 bipartisan bills that are stuck in the Senate. Whether impeaching or legislating, we will continue to be faithful to the Constitution regardless of what the Senate may or may not do. Moreover, impeachment is a form of deterrence. Our children are watching. No president ever wants to be impeached. And whether Donald Trump leaves in 1 month, 1 year, or 5 years, this impeachment is permanent. It will follow him around for the rest of his life, and history books will record it. And the people will know why we impeached. It's all very simple. No one's above the law, not our commander-in-chief, not our president. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, it's my pleasure to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my colleague. In 2016, 63 million Americans went to the polls and elected Donald Trump President of the United States. House Democrats have been trying to overturn the election ever since. In fact, they've tried 5 additional times to the one that's before us to impeach the president, including the vote in May of 2017, just 5 months into his term. In January of this year, House Democrats took control of this chamber, and they're faced with a choice. They could use the tools of the majority to pursue legitimate priorities of the American people, policies that can impact their lives, or they could use the tools to undo the 2016 election. They made their choice. Since then, House Democrats have issued more subpoenas than bills have been signed into law. That tells us all we need to know about this Congress and that party. Rather than launch a legitimate investigation, Democrats turned to focus groups to workshop their language, to see if they could sell this to the American people, and the American people have rejected it. Instead of negotiating with the executive branch, for instance, and allowing the courts to resolve any legitimate disputes, House Democrats rushed an impeachment vote. So here we are, 12 weeks later, voting whether to impeach the president based off the thinnest record in modern history. It's no surprise that the Senate is already asking for additional witnesses and more documents and real evidence. The body of evidence is weak and woefully insufficient for impeachment. And with that, I yield back on this sad day for this institution.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Raskin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. American elections belong to the American people, not the American president and not foreign powers. No president may cheat the people by working with foreign governments to steal from us a free and fair election. And no president who attempts it may cover up that cheating by systematically obstructing Congress in our work. Article 2 of the Constitution does not authorize a president to do whatever he wants. The reason we have a Constitution is to keep government officials from doing whatever they want. If we, the people, lose the certainty of free and fair elections to presidential corruption and foreign manipulation, then we lose our democracy itself, the most precious inheritance we have received from prior generations that pledged their sacred honor and gave everything they had to defend it. The struggle for democracy is the meaning of America. That is why we remain the last best hope of a world ravaged by authoritarianism, violence, and corruption. We must act now to protect our elections and safeguard constitutional democracy for the enormous and unprecedented challenges that still lie ahead of us. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, it is my pleasure to yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of H.R. 755. Today is a disappointing day. It is the day my colleagues from across the aisle cast the vote that they have spent the last 3 years obsessing over. The vote to impeach our duly elected president. There are 2 charges claimed by House Democrats, and there is zero cause for either. While President Trump has led, our country has thrived, and Washington liberals have failed. Despite the commitment of many of our colleagues to obstruct the Trump administration's agenda at every turn, our country continues to succeed. In this body, however, we have not been able to deliver on what Americans want and need. We still have not finished securing our border. The opioid epidemic still rages in our communities. Our infrastructure is still in dire need of an overhaul, and we still have not reached a bipartisan resolution on drug pricing. If Congress hadn't spent the last year stuck in a divisive, ugly, partisan impeachment debacle, think of what we could have done. The lives that could have been saved, the communities that could have been improved, the crisis on our southern border ended, and the positive work that we should do for our country. But we didn't, all because of divisive political theatrics. Congress can do better than this, and America deserves better. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the articles of impeachment against Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. Mr. Speaker, no one runs for Congress to impeach a president, but this president has left us no choice. President Trump abused the enormous powers of his office when he solicited foreign interference for the purpose of helping him in his re-election campaign in 2020. The president betrayed our national security and undermined the security of our elections when he put his own personal political interests ahead of the interests of our country. He tried to cheat to win re-election. And this wasn't an attack on Vice President Biden. This was an attack on our democracy. And if we do not hold the president accountable today, we will no longer live in a democracy. We will live in a dictatorship where any future president will be free to abuse their office in order to get reelected. So today, every member of this chamber faces a choice, whether to do what the Constitution demands and the evidence requires, or to turn a blind eye to the president's grave misconduct, a blind eye to the overwhelming evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors. To my friends on the other side of the aisle, I say this. This is not about making history. This is about holding a lawless president accountable in the way our framers intended. This is a time to put our country over your political party. Do not seek safety in the high grass of a vote against these articles. We are all Americans. Show the American people your devotion to your country is more powerful than your loyalty to your political party. United, we can defend our democracy from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Divided, we risk losing our democracy. All you have to do is look at the evidence, because it will leave you with only one answer. The President of the United States must be impeached. Remember these facts. He tried to cheat, he got caught, he confessed, and then he obstructed the investigation into his misconduct. For our democracy, for our Constitution, for the people you represent, and for all who will inherit our country from us, I pray you will do the right thing. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, it gives me pleasure to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman is recognized, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in complete and total support of President Trump. The matter before the House today is based solely on a fundamental hatred of our president. It's a sham, a witch hunt, and is tantamount to a coup against the duly elected President of the United States. This is a sad day for our nation when one political party, along with their cohorts in the deep state and the mainstream media, try to hijack our Constitution. The Democrat majority has irresponsibly turned the impeachment process into a political weapon, something that Republicans refused to do when our base was calling for the impeachment of President Obama. It is well past time for the House to move beyond this hoax and put our nation first. That's exactly what President Trump is doing. The United States has record low unemployment, historic performance in the stock market. President Trump is rewriting failed trade deals of the past to put America first. He's rebuilding our military. He helped create the Space Force, and the list goes on. I implore my colleagues to end this spectacle now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing a lot from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, except a defense of President Trump's conduct, which is indefensible. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Some say this impeachment is about 8 lines in a call transcript, but there is so much more. This was about a scheme that lasted months and involved dozens of Trump administration officials. Look at the evidence. Look at the direct evidence. Text messages, emails, calls, and meetings. Way back in May, the president told his team, talk to Rudy Giuliani. The president's message, no White House meeting unless Ukraine helped him in the 2020 election. Ambassador Sondland said there was a prerequisite of investigations into the Bidens, and announcement of investigations was a deliverable. Ambassador Volker said the most important thing for the Ukrainian president to do was to commit to an investigation of the Bidens. Just before the July 25th call, Volker told the Ukrainians, assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, we will nail down a date for a visit to Washington. The direct evidence kept coming after the call, more texts, more emails, more calls, all with the same message. If Ukraine didn't announce an investigation into the president's political rival, then they wouldn't get the White House meeting that they had been promised, and they wouldn't get the aid that they needed in their war against Russia. American presidential power comes from the people through elections, and the Constitution requires that we protect those elections. But when the president abused his power to solicit foreign interference, he was cheating American voters before they even had a chance to vote. President Trump's actions force us to protect our elections and the Constitution. I urge my colleague to defend the Constitution, support these articles of impeachment, and remind the world that in America no one is above the law. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind this whole body that it is more than 8 lines. In fact, there's 4 facts. There's no pressure. There's no conditionality. They did nothing to get it, and they got the money. With that, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Spano.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this political effort to remove President Trump from office. I'm not surprised this day has come, but I am disappointed. Disappointed because impeachment is one of the most consequential decisions that we can make in this body. And this impeachment is based purely on partisan motives. Speaker Pelosi said we shouldn't go down this path unless there was something compelling, overwhelming, and bipartisan because of how divisive it would be. Unfortunately, it's clear the majority has had laser focus on one thing for 3 years, impeaching the president. The majority has failed to deliver for the American people. They failed to pass a budget on time, failed to pass the spending bills on time, and failed to deliver bipartisan solutions that will actually help improve the lives of Americans. But the American people see through this sad charade for what it is, an attempt to undo the 2016 election based on hearsay and opinion, not fact. The transcript of the call showed no conditions were placed on the aid. President Trump and Zelensky have said there was no pressure and Ukraine received the aid without taking any actions. The Constitution is clear. The president may only be impeached for committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Nowhere in the 2 articles of impeachment brought today does it argue that the president has committed treason, bribery, or any crime under the law. This is not overwhelming. It is not compelling. It is not bipartisan. But the Speaker has right. She was right in one way. This is incredibly divisive and has lowered the bar for what future presidents will face. I strongly oppose the articles before us today, and I hope that we will finally move past this nightmare and get to work to deliver results for the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is again
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, the evidence is clear that President Trump took advantage of Ukraine's vulnerability and abused the powers of his office to pressure Ukraine to help his re-election campaign. This is the highest of high crimes, and President Trump must be held to account. And I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding. As a member of Homeland Security Committee, I know firsthand the dangers that foreign interference in our elections present to our democracy. And as a member of Congress, it is my sworn duty to ensure that our nation is secure from all threats, foreign and domestic. And Congress has a constitutional job to investigate allegations of misconduct by the executive branch, including the United States President. The Constitution is the highest law of the land, created a system of checks and balances to prevent the creation of a king. And Congress is a co-equal branch of our nation's government, equal with the presidency, with duties that are given to us by the framers. This is a very sad day, and I do not take impeachment lightly. Yet I'm here to do my job as a member of Congress. Mi pueblo me ha mandado a Washington para trabajar con todos, demócratas y republicanos, para mejorar nuestra vida en nuestras comunidades. Y tristemente estamos presentes considerando las acciones de nuestro presidente de los Estados Unidos. Y mi voto hoy será para asegurar que seguiremos siendo una democracia y no una dictadura. Muchos de nuestros hijos y hijas han pagado el precio de nuestra libertad con su sangre. Nuestra democracia tiene que ser la herencia de nuestros hijos. Y una democracia existe cuando nadie está sobre la Constitución y todos somos sujetos a las leyes. Y hoy también le pido a Dios que nos dé sabiduría y que nos ayude a unir a nuestra querida patria, los Estados Unidos americanos. And today I pray for God for his guidance in uniting our great nation. And with that, the gentleman from New York, I yield.
The gentleman will be required to provide a translation of your remarks. The gentleman from New York. Do you reserve, Mr. Nadler? Gentleman reserves. Mr. Collins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I would just have to disagree with my chairman. I'm not sure what he's been watching, but facts are not undisputed. In fact, they're very much disputed, not only by the minority, but by the witnesses who actually testified. With that, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the Democrats' sham process, which makes a mockery of the rules of the House and is frankly dangerous to this country. Since day one, the Democrats have made it clear that they wanted to move towards impeachment well before any of the accusations took place. What Democrats unfortunately don't recognize is the damage that this will cause for our political institutions and America's trust for years to come. Every American should be concerned that Speaker Pelosi doesn't trust our citizens to let them decide who should lead our great country. This impeachment process isn't focused on strengthening and protecting our political foundations, but rather shaping public opinion. I ask you, is it worth that? Not only is the process alarming, but it's wasting taxpayers' dollars and valuable time that elected officials could be using to move our country forward. That includes securing our borders, addressing student loan debt, or bringing down the cost of health care and prescription drugs. I urge all of my colleagues, while considering these articles, to ask themselves whether this is truly being done for the good of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
I would remind the gentleman that after recovering millions of dollars in ill-gotten gains, the Mueller investigation was actually a net plus for the taxpayers. I now recognize The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Chairman Nadler and Speaker Pelosi for their leadership and their moral courage. Today, the House of Representatives is debating whether to take the rare step of voting to impeach a president for only the third time in our country's history. Unfortunately, President Trump has left us no choice. The fact of the matter is that the president abused the power of his office and invited a foreign country to interfere in our elections. In so doing, he undermined the sanctity of the free and fair elections upon which our republic rests. Making matters worse, over the past several months, President Trump and his administration have done everything they can to prevent Congress from uncovering the truth. Let us be clear, in the history of our republic, no president has ever obstructed Congress like this before. During the Watergate investigation, as my colleagues well know, President Nixon's chief of staff testified before Congress. President Trump's chief of staff refused. President Nixon's counsel testified. President Trump's refused. White House aides close to President Nixon testified. President Trump refused to allow any aide who may have knowledge relevant to this investigation to testify. Simply put, his administration has engaged in a wholesale obstruction of Congress, and that is exactly why we're considering not just one, but two articles of impeachment before the House today. Every member of this body has a responsibility to uphold our Constitution, to defend our republic, and when necessary, to hold the executive branch accountable. And we are exercising that responsibility today. So with that, and therefore, I will vote yes on both articles because it is what the Constitution requires and what my conscience demands. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, I'd have never thought that a Department of Justice investigation was used as a money revenue plot, but I guess one thing is true. It was a loser for the minority in a net profit situation. With that, I yield to Mr. Newhouse, 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the People's House should be better than this. We should be better than this. During a member's remarks in the Judiciary Committee, the committee's impeachment proceedings, he stated, and I quote, "To my Republican colleagues, how do you want to be remembered during this watershed moment in our nation's history?" Well, Mr. Speaker, it won't be watching sports on a laptop during official Judiciary Committee proceedings to impeach a sitting president. It won't be using expletives to refer to our president calling for his impeachment just hours after being sworn into Congress. It won't be using the chairmanship of the once respected Intelligence Committee to distort the president's words in order to mislead the American people, and it certainly won't be using the most serious and solemn powers of Congress to overturn a legitimate national election for political expediency. No, Mr. Speaker, my fellow Republican colleagues and I won't be remembered in history for doing any of those things, because we know this is far too grave a matter for subversions such as these of our democratic republic. We should all be better than this. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Mr.
Mr.
Nadler?
Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains on both sides?
Mr. Nadler, you're advised, sir, that you have 156 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Georgia has 157 minutes remaining. Divide that by 60.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Our country faces a great tragedy and moment of truth.
We have witnessed the President of the United States abuse his public office for personal political gain and invite foreign governments to interfere in our elections, putting the integrity of a government of, for, and by the people at great risk. The evidence is overwhelming and clearly shows that President Trump will continue to abuse his office and obstruct Congress if left unchecked. The Intelligence Committee conducted a robust investigation into the president's misconduct. Members interviewed 12 witnesses in public hearings totaling over 30 hours, conducted 17 depositions totaling over 100 hours, examined text messages and emails, reviewed the president's own words and actions, and published a 300-page report detailing their findings. All of this despite the fact that under the president's direction, 12 current and former administration officials refused to testify, even ignoring subpoenas, and 71 document requests were denied. The Judiciary Committee then reviewed the evidence and concluded that 2 articles of impeachment, which I support, were warranted. The evidence shows that President Trump is a clear and present danger to our free and fair elections and our national security. The most powerful evidence of this pattern has come from the president himself. In 2016, we heard him when he called on Russia to interfere in our elections. He said, "Russia, if you're listening." He then repeated this call for election interference on the July 25th call with the Ukrainian president, and we heard him again on the White House lawn, further adding China to that mix. I stand ready to protect our sacred republic, support these articles of impeachment, and I pray that my colleagues have the courage to do the same. We must uphold our oath of office, defend the Constitution and our fragile democracy, because no one is above the law. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Vladimir Putin and his cronies waged a war on our elections with the goal of sowing discord and division in America. Do you think he's been successful? Somewhere in Russia right now, Putin is laughing at us today. The majority has given him exactly what he wants: a divided America with a pure partisan politics, with nasty political rhetoric at an all-time high. And some, already across the aisle, are discrediting the results of future elections. Already. It seems to many Americans that for the past 3 years, the House majority has been carrying out the wishes of the Kremlin. And the sad part is the Democrats have vowed to continue their sham investigations even after today's vote. Impeaching a duly elected president in a purely partisan manner with no crimes to show for it, not one element of a crime defined, disgraces the integrity of our democracy. Now is the time to end the partisan politics, come together and put America first. I urge this body to vote no to partisan impeachment.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Mr. Jeffries is recognized for 2 minutes.
George Washington, in his farewell address to the nation, counseled America that the Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. It is in that spirit that we proceed today. Donald Trump pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain and at the same time withheld without justification $391 million in military aid to a vulnerable Ukraine as part of a scheme to solicit foreign interference in an American election. That is unacceptable. That is unconscionable. That is unconstitutional. There are some who cynically argue that the impeachment of this president will further divide an already fractured union. But there is a difference between division and clarification. Slavery once divided the nation, but emancipators rose up to clarify that all men are created equally. Suffrage once divided the nation, but women rose up to clarify that all voices must be heard in our democracy. Jim Crow once divided the nation, but civil rights champions rose up to clarify that all are entitled to equal protection under the law. There is a difference between division and clarification. We will hold this president accountable for his stunning abuse of power. We will hold this president accountable for undermining our national security. We will hold this president accountable for corrupting our democracy. We will impeach Donald John Trump. We will clarify that in America, no one is above the law.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, nullifying a national election requires an overwhelming case of high crimes supported by indisputable evidence that the vast majority of the nation finds compelling. Now, Article 1 is a made-up crime called abuse of office. It does not charge that the president broke any law, but that Congress doesn't like the way he lawfully discharged his constitutional duties. This would reduce the presidency to that of a minister serving at the pleasure of Congress, destroying the separation of powers at the heart of our Constitution. Article 2 is another made-up crime called obstruction of Congress. It means the president sought to defend his constitutional rights and those of his office. It removes the judiciary from our Constitution and places Congress alone in the position of defining the limits of its own powers relative to the president. Our Bill of Rights guarantees every American the right to confront their accuser, to call witnesses in their defense, to be protected from hearsay, and to defend these rights in court. The Democrats have trampled them all in their stampede to impeach. Even in this kangaroo court, the Democrats' hand-picked witnesses provided no first-hand knowledge the president leaked aid to action. In fact, 2 witnesses provided first-hand knowledge that he specifically ordered no quid pro quo. Any case that charged no actual crime and offered no legally admissible evidence would be laughed out of court in a heartbeat. That's the case before us today. It would redefine the grounds for impeachment in such a way that assures that it will become a constant presence in our national life. Now we know just how reckless is the Democrats' chant of resist by any means necessary. This is a stunning abuse of power and a shameless travesty of justice that will stain the reputations of those responsible for generations to come. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, abuse of power was no vague or weak notion to the framers. It had a very specific meaning: the use of official power to obtain an improper personal benefit while ignoring or injuring the national interest. President Trump has abused his office and must be removed. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, from our founding, the United States has been a special nation, a city upon a hill. Our values are enshrined in our Constitution: liberty, equality, and opportunity. We are a self-governing people where every person is equal before the law. In the United States, we don't have a king. We choose our leaders. We vote. Generations of Americans have fought, and some have died, to secure these inalienable rights. The Constitution begins, "We, the people of the United States." That's us. It's not we, the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, or China, or we, the Democrats, or we, the Republicans. It's we, the people of the United States, and all Americans, and only Americans, get to have a say in our elections. Donald Trump used the high power of the presidency to pressure a foreign nation to besmirch his perceived primary political opponent. He corrupted our elections and compromised our national security so that he could keep power. Not power for the people, power for himself. In 2016, candidate Trump called for foreign interference when he said, "Russia, if you are listening." In 2019, President Trump sought foreign interference when he needed a favor from Ukraine to intervene in the 2020 elections. President Trump attacked and is continuing threat to our system of free and fair elections. Like all of you, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. I urge my colleagues to abide by that oath and stand up to President Trump's abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I appeal to your patriotism and implore you to defend free and fair elections and preserve the Constitution. God save the United States of America. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman and all members are reminded to address their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that our election should be free and fair. I do believe that with all my heart, except it seems like in this case, this impeachment is based on the fact that the Speaker, who said in this month, or last month, it would be dangerous to leave it to the voters to determine if Mr. Trump stays in office. With that, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have descended into the belly of the beast. I have witnessed the terror within, and I rise committed to oppose the insidious forces which threaten our republic. America is being severely injured by this betrayal, by this unjust and weaponized impeachment brought upon us by the same socialists who threaten unborn life in the womb, who threaten First Amendment rights of conservatives, who threatened Second Amendment protections of every American patriot, and who have long ago determined that they would organize and conspire to overthrow President Trump. We don't face this horror because the Democrats have all of a sudden become constitutionalists. We're not being devoured from within because of some surreal assertion of the socialists' newfound love for the very flag that they trod upon. We face this horror because of this map. This is what the Democrats fear. They fear the true will of we, the people. They are deep establishment D.C. They fear. They call this Republican map flyover country. They call us deplorables. They fear our faith. They fear our strength. They fear our unity. They fear our vote. And they fear our president. We will never surrender our nation to career establishment D.C. politicians and bureaucrats. Our republic shall survive this threat from within. American patriots shall prevail. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not among those who supported impeachment before Ukraine, but I call for impeachment today because our president is, as we speak, abusing his power and placing himself above the law. President Trump's attempt to sabotage the 2020 election is a clear and present danger on our democracy. We, the people, know this, and more Americans support impeachment today than at any time since Richard Nixon's final weeks in office. We know that it's wrong to enlist the help of foreigners in interfering in our elections. We know it's wrong to cheat, and we know what's at stake. It's not just that our elections were attacked, our elections are under attack right now. The very day the Judiciary Committee voted out articles of impeachment, President Trump welcomed Rudy Giuliani back to the White House. President Trump is still at it. He's doubling down. He doesn't think he can win an election fair and square, so he's trying to cheat. To ignore these crimes is not just giving the president a pass, it's giving him a green light. Those who vote against impeachment are not just endorsing President Trump's past actions, but his future ones as well. If you think I exaggerate in warning that our elections can be undermined, I'd urge you to come down to Georgia, find a black man or woman of a certain age, and they'll tell you the danger is real. And they'll tell you of brave Americans, patriots willing to risk far more than a political career, who marched and struggled and sometimes died so that we could have fair and free elections. We're not asked to possess even a fraction of their courage. We're simply called upon today to do what's right. And I'm proud to vote yes on impeachment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that my colleague, Madam Speaker, just mentioned Georgia, because since 2014, the actual voter participation among minorities, African American female, African American male, and Hispanic female, have risen double digits. I'm very proud of what Georgia's doing to get everybody to the poll. I'm glad he chose to highlight it. Unfortunately, he just highlighted it in the wrong way, and I will not yield. Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Gentleman from Madam Speaker, back home, people refer to Capitol Hill as a bubble. They are right. It's as if we are completely detached from what's going on in communities across America. Many here don't hear or listen to what people are saying, and many here as well think they know better than the people we serve. Our communities are benefiting greatly from President Trump's agenda: a booming economy, secure border, better trade deals, and a stronger military. Unfortunately, inside the halls of Congress, Democrats' obsession with impeachment is all-consuming. Is this how Democrat leadership chooses to represent the people of America? By nullifying the results of the 2016 election, disregarding the will of the American people, and doing everything in their power to prevent the president and this Congress from doing the job we were elected to do? After 3 years of trying, months of unfair, politically motivated impeachment proceedings, Democrats have delivered 2 weak articles of impeachment. Abuse of power? Not according to the Ukraine. President Zelensky confirmed many times that there was no quid pro quo, no action taken, and significant military aid was delivered without anything in return. Of course, his words have been conveniently dismissed. Obstruction of Congress? Is this the new standard? If this is the new standard, then every president since Jimmy Carter and every president moving forward would and will be impeached. Let me be clear. It is an honor to serve in the United States House of Representatives, but today I am distraught. Today, Democrats will disregard the will of the American people and vote to impeach the duly elected President of the United States. What should be equally troubling is that this has eroded, if not wiped out, the trust the American people have in the 116th Congress.
Gentleman from New York.
I yield back. I reserve.
Madam Speaker, President Trump said no quid pro quo only after the White House learned of the whistleblower complaint and after the Washington Post had published an article about the president's pressure campaign on Ukraine. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Bass.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this is a sad day in U.S. history when we have to vote on articles of impeachment because Donald Trump has abused the power of the office of the presidency in his attempt to cheat his way to re-election. The facts are uncontested. Fact 1. The president abused the power of his office by attempting to shake down the president of a country that has been our ally. Trump wanted President Zelensky of the Ukraine to make up dirt on Vice President Biden because he sees him as the biggest threat to his reelection. Fact 2. Trump wanted Zelensky to go before the press and announce an investigation of Biden, hoping the mere announcement would create doubt about Biden and strengthen Trump's hand in the 2020 election. Fact 3, Trump obstructed Congress by engaging in a cover-up. Trump has refused to comply with congressional subpoenas and has blocked current and past employees from testifying before congressional committees. Congress is a co-equal branch of government, and one of our central responsibilities is to provide oversight and investigation of the administration. The very checks and balances the framers built into the Constitution so no one branch would have unchecked power. The House of Representatives has no choice but to vote and pass articles of impeachment because President Trump has abused his power and obstructed the ability of Congress from performing our constitutional duty. The urgency to move forward with articles of impeachment is because there is no reason to believe President Trump won't continue to abuse the power of his office. No reason to believe he won't continue to put his foot on the scale of his reelection. And in fact, his attorney just returned from the Ukraine and in an article just released in the New Yorker magazine confesses to continuing the effort to interfere in the election. In many of our congressional districts, we worry about voter suppression and schemes that purge legitimate voters from participating in the election. Or we worry about Russian interference in our election. It is a sad day in America when we have to worry about the commander-in-chief interfering in the election in order to be reelected. Elections should be decided by the American people. I will vote for both articles of impeachment. It is my constitutional duty that fulfill my oath of office. No one is above the law.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes. Utah, Mr. Stewart.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I discovered something recently. It's shocking, I know, but it turns out that some people don't like President Trump. They think he's loud, they think he can be arrogant, they think sometimes he says bad words, and sometimes he's rude to people, and to their sensitive natures, they've been offended. I get that, I really do. But let's be clear, this vote, this day, has nothing to do with Ukraine. It has nothing to do with abuse of power. It has nothing to do with obstruction of Congress. This vote, this day, is about one thing and one thing only. They hate this president. They hate those of us who voted for him. They think we're stupid. They think we made a mistake. They think Hillary Clinton should be the president, and they want to fix that. That's what this vote is about. They want to take away my vote and throw it in the trash. They want to take away my president and delegitimize him so that he cannot be reelected. That's what this vote is about. And for those who think this started with this investigation, what nonsense. You've been trying to impeach this president since before he was sworn into office. Some of you introduced articles of impeachment before he was sworn into office. This isn't something you're approaching prayerfully and mournfully and sadly. Oh, the chaos, oh, the sadness. This is something you're gleeful about. And you've been trying to do it for 3 years. And it's very clear. You don't have to go back and Google very much to find out that is the absolute truth. I could give you pages of examples of things you have said for 3 years about this president. That's what this is about. And if you think if this impeachment is successful, the next president, I promise you, is going to be impeached. And the next president after that, if you set this bar as being impeachable, every president in our future will be impeached. It erodes our republic in ways that our founding fathers recognized. They got it right. High crimes and misdemeanors. Other than that, settle it at the ballot box. I look forward to that day. Let the American people decide.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Reserve.
Madam Speaker, I would remind the gentleman that if President Trump is impeached and removed, the new president will be Mike Pence, not Hillary Clinton. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. McCarcel-Powell.
I'm sorry. The gentleman yields 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Gentleladies recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I did not have the privilege of being born into this country. My mother brought me from Ecuador looking for freedom and opportunity, but that's not my story alone. This is a story that I share with so many people that live in Florida's 26th district and all over the country. We've left and experienced corruption in our countries of birth where brutal dictatorships have choked their potential to benefit those in power. This president, elected by the American people, has violated his oath of office and violated the rule of law. The evidence is overwhelming that he withheld military aid approved by Congress and leveraged a White House meeting to extract a political favor from a foreign government. The president actively sought foreign election interference to benefit himself. It is undeniable that he has abused his power and obstructed Congress. He presents a clear and present danger to our democracy. As an immigrant, I still get chills because I feel so fortunate to live in this extraordinary country. The genius of American democracy lies in our Constitution and the dedication to the rule of law. I want my children and all of our children to feel the same way when they grow up. However, if we sit idly by as cracks begin to appear in our democratic institutions, our children will be in the same situation like so many of us experienced when we left countries whose leaders destroyed democracy. We in Congress must abide by our oath to defend our Constitution. That is my duty as a member of this body. That is my duty as a mother. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. King.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a
Thank
half.
the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the articles of impeachment against President Trump. As Chairman Nadler must recall, exactly 21 years ago today, I spoke on this floor in opposition to the impeachment of President Clinton. And 21 years ago tomorrow, I voted against all 4 articles of impeachment against President Clinton. Today's articles of impeachment against President Trump are an assault on our Constitution and the American people. To impeach a president for a phone call for which no crime is charged, never mind a high crime, and asserting his constitutional prerogatives as president is a clear abuse of power by the Congress. It sets the dangerous precedent of weaponizing impeachment to undo the solemn decision of the American people. Madam Speaker, President Trump and I grew up in the same borough of New York City, and today I am proud to stand with President Trump and urge a no vote on these horrible acts of impeachment, these articles of impeachment. I yield back the balance of my time and strongly urge a no vote.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the President and members of Congress each take an oath to uphold the Constitution. When the President abuses his presidential power to upend the constitutional order, we have an obligation to live up to our oath of office. We've been presented with direct evidence about the President's actions. They threaten our national security and undermine the integrity of the next election. We now vote on articles of impeachment for abuse of power and contempt of Congress as a result of that evidence. I've worked on presidential impeachments as part of the Judiciary Committee twice before. This third time brings me no joy. President Nixon attempted to corrupt elections. His agents broke into the Democratic Party headquarters to get a leg up on the election, and then, just like President Trump, he tried to cover it up. Then he resigned. This is even worse. President Trump not only abused his power to help his reelection, he used a foreign government to do it. He used military aid provided to fight the Russians as leverage, solely to benefit his own political campaign. George Washington would be astonished, since he warned against the insidious wiles of foreign influence. The direct evidence is damning. The President hasn't offered any evidence to the contrary. These actions constitute grounds for presidential impeachment. What is before us is a serious abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. These abuses strike at the heart of our Constitution. The President's unconstitutional abuse of power, a high crime and misdemeanor, is ongoing. He totally refused to provide any information to Congress related to the impeachment inquiry. It's our responsibility to use the tool our founders gave us in the Constitution to preserve the constitutional order. We must impeach, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the Washington Post headlined a story immediately following President Trump taking the oath of office, stating, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." How accurate they were. Here we are almost 3 years later, and what we are witnessing today is unprecedented in American history. A very partisan-based impeachment with no facts that warrant it. This is an impeachment based on hearsay and speculation rooted in a deep-seated hatred for a man for whom many of my colleagues on the other side detest. Not all, but many. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that personal disdain is grounds for impeachment. At every turn, the claims made by my Democrat colleagues have turned out to be false. Early on, it was claimed there was evidence of Russian collusion. There was none. We were told the FBI didn't abuse the FISA process in its investigation of the Trump campaign. That, too, has now been proven completely false. Then, when the Russian collusion hoax collapsed, we were told that we would hear from a whistleblower that had details of a nefarious call between the President and the President of Ukraine. Then we find out they weren't even on the call, and we still don't even know who the whistleblower is. We were told there was clear evidence of a quid pro quo for personal gain. After reading the transcript, it is obvious that you have to make assumptions that wouldn't even stand up in traffic court to come to that conclusion. Instead, the indisputable facts of record destroy their case. And though they allege treason and bribery by the president, the articles we are considering today only make vague accusations of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, because they found no evidence of treason or bribery or anything else for that matter. Mr. Speaker, today is a very sad day for our republic.
Gentleman from New York.
The country is now divided.
Gentleman's recognized.
The country is now more divided than it ever has been in my lifetime. The truth has been trampled by this House of Representatives, and because of the abuses at the FBI and the Department of Justice, more Americans have an even dimmer view of very important American institutions. Thankfully, the lens of history will ensure that the truth is told and will endure.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, one specific concern of the framers was a president who would corrupt our elections, who would abuse the great powers of his office to ensure his own re-election. The impeachment inquiry is not an effort to overturn an election. It is a reaffirmation of the simple truth that in the United States of America, no person, not even the president, is above the law, and our democracy cannot allow a duly elected president to abuse the power of his office for personal and political gain. And I now yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I hate no woman or man. Today, the American people should receive clarity and truth. The Constitution is the highest law of the land. The President breached and violated the Constitution of the United States of America. The President committed constitutional crimes. The President's crimes are impeachable. John F. Kennedy said, if this country should ever reach the point where any man or group of men by force or threat of force could defy the commands of our courts and Constitution, then no law would stand free from doubt and no citizen would be safe from his neighbors. The facts are undisputed. First, President Trump violated his oath of office by placing his personal political interests above the national interest by scheming to coerce Ukraine into investigating a potential election opponent. Second, President Trump betrayed the nation by withholding the congressionally agreed $391 million to a fragile ally against a very strong foe, Russia. Third, the essential purpose of the scheme concocted by the President was to enlist a foreign country to help in the 2020 election. These acts are constitutional crimes and abuse of power. The truth is, the President did ask for a favor. Those were his own words. In the July 25th call, no mention of corruption, only the mention of the Bidens. The President was engaged in wrongdoing and is a clear and present danger. He has a pattern, and his behavior remains a continuing threat to America's national security. The truth is that abuse of power does violate the Constitution, while both corrupting and cheating our American democracy. His acts betrayed the nation. He must take care to execute laws faithfully. This is the truth. Why does the truth matter? Because it matters to the farmer at his or her plow. It matters to the waitress on an early morning shift. It matters to the steel worker building America. It matters to the teacher in a 5th grade class. It matters to a mother kissing off her military recruit going off to war. The Constitution must be preserved. Our laws must be honored and respected. The bloodshed and sacrifice of fellow Americans cannot be ignored, trampled on, or rejected. And today, our actions on the vote taken today must be for no personal gain or grandeur. The bright light of this constitutional democracy has been dimmed because of his acts. The truth is no longer for all. It is for one man, Donald J. Trump. His truth, his way. We must reject that abuse of power because this is not America. No one is above the law. Alexander Hamilton said impeachment was designed to deal with the misconduct of public men and violation of public trust. The President has violated the trust. We must impeach Donald J. Trump.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, it's my pleasure to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Mitchell.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Today, the House of Representatives votes on 2 articles of impeachment for President Trump. Members and all Americans must recognize that impeachment was intended to be a safety valve, rarely used, only when a president acts in such an immoral and blatantly unlawful manner as to threaten the very basis of our republic. As we cast votes on these articles, the future tone of this House and politics in this nation must be carefully considered. The issue is not whether we agree with or like the president's rhetoric, political tactics, use of Twitter, policy choices, or his political rallies. One of our founders, Alexander Hamilton, warned of the risks of impeachment becoming a solely partisan act in the Federalist Papers. This impeachment inquiry and these articles clearly do not heed that warning. These proceedings are weaponizing impeachment, making it another election tool. I've carefully examined the evidence presented throughout the inquiry, and contrary to some, considered our history, our founding documents, and our future. It is clear President Trump's actions, as described in these articles, do not constitute treason, bribery, or high crimes and misdemeanors. You simply don't like him. I'll be voting no on these articles and will hope someday we return to serving the needs of the American people. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, President Trump on January 20th, 2017 raised his hand and swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Now we must preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution from him. Madam Speaker, I rise today not to disparage and embarrass the President of the United States, but to defend our precious democracy. I speak today not because I hate this president, but because I love this body, the People's House. I have heard Republicans say, why are we rushing to judgment? This is not a rush to judgment. It's a rush to justice, and we must not delay. Corruption is corrosive. It eats away like acid, and the longer we wait, the more time we allow for this president to do irreparable harm to our country and our democracy. Just last week, Rudy Giuliani was back at it in Ukraine. So please don't tell us to wait, because the corruption continues. There's a famous quote that says, politicians worry about the next election. Statesmen worry about the next generation. Today calls upon us to be statesmen and stateswomen, Democrat, Republican, and independent. Our election is under attack from within. So to my Republican colleagues, many of whom spend a lifetime trying to build a reputation of honesty and courage, I beg you, don't throw that away for President Trump. He doesn't deserve it, nor will he appreciate it past the next tweet or next week. My fear and my prediction is that his actions will continue. Madam Speaker, Donald Trump recently said, I can do anything I want. He also bragged that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. Well, he's shooting holes in our Constitution on Pennsylvania Avenue. And our House, the People's House, must defend the Constitution from a domestic enemy to the rule of law, Donald Trump. Because I don't want generations to come to blame me for letting our democracy die, I therefore rise in favor of impeaching Donald Trump. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this political charade that has tormented our country for nearly 3 years. If there was ever any doubt that this entire illegitimate investigation is 100% politically motivated, earlier this month, Speaker Pelosi actually admitted the impeachment process began 2.5 years ago. Let me say that again. The Speaker of the House said publicly that the Democrats have been trying to remove our president from office since the day he got elected, simply because it was not the outcome they wanted. Another of my Democrat colleagues publicly admitted in May that the driving force behind their actions was, and I quote, if we don't impeach the president, he'll get reelected. This wasn't an investigation, Madam Speaker. This was a political crusade. In order to arrive at their Stalinistic, predetermined conclusion, House Democrats spent the last several months staging well-rehearsed hearings where the charges were drawn up by their own focus groups, Democrat donors served as witnesses, and Democrat staff served as judge and jury. Even with the odds so blatantly stacked against the president, Democrats still came up with absolutely nothing. A while ago, the Speaker spoke of the Pledge of Allegiance. The last phrase of the pledge is justice for all. Justice was not something afforded the president during the investigation. He was denied due process, something the Supreme Court said should be afforded in all congressional investigations. That makes this process illegal and illegitimate. What a shame. What a sham. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I didn't come to Congress to impeach the president. Even when he separated babies from their parents at the border, even when he took money from our troops to build his wall, no, I didn't call for impeachment, because I'm here to make a difference in the lives of my constituents. Yet here we are in the middle of a constitutional crisis. As a former judge, I took my responsibility seriously to weigh the evidence and determine if the president's actions were impeachable. Unfortunately, the evidence in the intelligence and judiciary reports leaves us with no choice but to impeach the president. So I stand on my oath that I have sworn to the Constitution and to the American people. And today, I urge my colleagues to stand by their oaths too. The framers of the Constitution included impeachment as a safeguard against a corrupt president whose misconduct could destroy the very foundations of our country. Donald J. Trump abused his power when he obstructed Congress and ordered government officials not to appear before us. Donald J. Trump corrupted our election when he asked a foreign government to interfere for his personal and political gain. Today, sadly, I ask my colleagues, will you put your party over our country, or will you help save our democracy and vote yes on the articles of impeachment before you? I urge you to vote yes. I yield back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have an inquiry as to the time remaining for both sides.
Gentleman from Georgia has 2 hours, 22 and a half minutes. Gentleman from New York has 2 hours and 27 and a half minutes left.
Pulled ahead. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, it is my, I yield now to a minute and a half to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. King.
Gentleman's recognized for 90 seconds, or for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the gentleman for yielding. And I start out first that this is the largest, most massive cover-up of such a list of crimes against our country, and to go so far as to bring impeachment hearings to try to cover all of this up. And I would take you back to October of 2015 when Barack Obama said Hillary Clinton would never intend to jeopardize our national security. Again, the following April. The next month, Peter Strzok wrote the statement that was delivered by James Comey, and they spent Democrat money and Hillary Clinton money in Russia to pick up dirt on Donald Trump. And then Joe Biden goes to Ukraine and makes the statement, here's $1 billion, but you must do what I tell you to do. You're accusing Donald Trump of doing that which Joe Biden has confessed to doing. And by the way, Joe Biden was not the opponent of Donald Trump. He's in a 21-way primary for Democrats. He's running third in that race. His opponents are the other 20 Democrats. How would anybody dig into that mess of 21 people and decide he's going to go overseas and pull some maneuver like this? You have to assign him a motive. You assign him a motive, then you create the dots, then you go dot to dot. But the reality is that it was Biden that was doing the extortion of the power play in order to protect his own son. And it was Donald Trump that was following the law that said you have to ensure that there's not corruption here before this money is handed over. And by the way, there was a violent war going on in Ukraine, and that's when we sent blankets and MREs over there under Barack Obama. But when I hear this from the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, he doesn't think he can win the election fair and square, so he would cheat. And I've heard that here on this floor. No, it's the other way around. Your number one proponent of impeachment is Al Green of Texas, and he said those very same things, and they brought this case November 9th, the day after Trump was elected. I yield back.
I yield. Reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, words matter. We've heard many words over the course of these last weeks. Still, what strikes me are the words that are missing from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. A gaping hole in this conversation. The words they cannot or will not mouth. Defending a president's conduct. Conduct that threatens our constitutional order. And so, Speaker, I ask, when is it ever right for a president to coerce a foreign power to interfere in our elections? When is it ever right for a president to intimidate a foreign leader into announcing false investigations into a political rival? When is it ever right for that president to withhold congressionally appropriated aid to that country at the expense of its national security and our very own? And when is it ever right for a president to block a co-equal branch of government from investigating the scheme to cheat an election? The answer, of course, is never. But that word does not come trippingly from the tongues of those who are making the choice to stand behind a man whose behavior is not worthy of your tortured words. By our vote today, we are speaking to future presidents and to future generations. We are declaring that we will not tolerate foreign interference in our presidential elections. Americans alone will determine the outcome, and we will not permit a president to order the complete defiance of a co-equal branch of government. And in the end, regardless of the outcome of this impeachment, the president's tenure will end, and this body and our grandchildren will be left with what we did here today. Ours is a somber generational duty about love of country and lifting a Constitution to its gravest protections but its highest aspirations. Our democracy is a matter of conscience, and by voting to safeguard our Constitution, mine is clear. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've reminded many times, we have fought on the sham process that we've had to deal with, and we fought on the facts and won both. And I will remind that if you want to talk about elections, remember it was the Speaker of the House that said we can't trust the voters it's too dangerous to leave it with the voters for President Trump next year. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you all know, I serve on both the Judiciary Committee and Rules Committee, and I have literally spent hours poring over testimony, looking at documents, sitting in hearings. And you know the conclusion I got from all of that? This impeachment is a total joke and a total sham. And let me tell you one of the reasons why I think that. All of those witnesses, the 17 witnesses that the Democrats brought forward, not one single one of them was able to establish that President Trump committed bribery, treason, high crimes, or misdemeanors, which is required in the U.S. Constitution. And again, 17 out of 24 Democrat members on Judiciary Committee voted on this floor to move forward articles of impeachment before the phone call. And 5 out of 9 Rule Committee Democrat members did the same thing. So if the main part of your impeachment is the call, why did you vote for impeachment prior to the call? I also want to remind the American public and others that for 2 years, Adam Schiff claimed he had proof that President Trump had colluded with Russia. That turned out to be false. And then overnight, it was obstruction of justice, then quid pro quo, then bribery, then extortion. And the list goes on, but yet not one of those is listed in the articles of impeachment. To my Democrat colleagues, Madam Chair, I say, please stop tearing the country apart. Stop this sham. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
The gentlelady is correct. President Trump's behavior is not new. He has a pattern of engaging in misconduct and then obstructing any investigation into his misconduct to cover up his actions and hide the truth from the American people. I now yield to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Roybal Allard, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I rise in support of today's impeachment proceedings and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, Madam Speaker. Our nation was founded on certain principles: that government should be of, by, and for the people, that a system of three co-equal branches of government would provide the checks and balances necessary to ensure the people's voices are heard, and that no one is above the law. Today, sadly, we are voting to impeach President Donald John Trump because he has fundamentally broken his covenant with the American people. In doing so, we are using the powers the Founding Fathers enshrined in the Constitution to address a president who has violated his oath of office. The evidence is clear and the facts are not in question. President Trump is consistently engaged in a pattern of behavior inconsistent with the rule of law. He has refused to take responsibility for his actions. He has undermined the checks and balances we rely on by obstructing Congress at every turn. And most importantly, he has abused his power by using his office to solicit foreign interference in our elections, undermining the will of the people. So on this sad day for our nation, I will do what the President has so often failed to do, and I will fulfill my oath to support and defend the Constitution, and I will vote in favor of impeachment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, it is my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Chavez.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is a sad day in our nation's history as House Democrats are poised to approve on a strictly party-line vote articles of impeachment based on what constitutional scholar Jonathan Turley called wafer-thin evidence. This will set a dangerous precedent where impeachment becomes the norm rather than the exception. That's not what our founding fathers intended. They wanted impeachment to be rare. They set a high bar for impeachment: treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors. Alleged abuse of power, the first article, is not a high crime and misdemeanor. In fact, it's not even a crime. And since there's no concise legal definition of abuse of power, the majority party in the House can designate nearly any disagreement with the President from now on an impeachable offense. The second article, alleged obstruction of Congress, would produce a similarly dangerous precedent. Asserting executive privilege, a practice that began with George Washington, is not obstruction of Congress. Rather, it's a function of the essential checks and balances contemplated under the Constitution. Here's what nearly every grade school student in America knows, but apparently House Democrats do not. If Congress disagrees with the President, if they don't agree with the President, take it to court. Let the third branch of government decide. They're the refs. The House has never, I repeat, never approved either abuse of power or obstruction of Congress as an article of impeachment. But that's going to change today. Today, House Democrats are pursuing a wacky constitutional theory under which all four presidents on Mount Rushmore could have been impeached. If all of this sounds absurd, Madam Speaker, it's because it is absurd. In fact, this whole process is absurd and has been from the outset. But here's what's not absurd, but rather frightening. House Democrats today are setting a dangerous precedent under which no future president will be immune from impeachment, and that will forever negatively tarnish the history of this House. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, the President's conduct constituted the highest of high crimes against our country. An offense does not have to violate a criminal statute to be impeachable. That was confirmed in President Nixon's case and again in President Clinton's. There is no higher crime than for the President to use the power of his office to corrupt our elections. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This July, President Trump blocked $400 million in congressionally approved aid that Ukraine desperately needed to defend itself against Russia, because he needed Ukraine to do him a favor first. He asked the President of Ukraine to launch a public investigation into a political rival. Military aid and other benefits would only come after. But this is not about a single call or a single transcript. This is about a perfect storm, months of activity directly ordered by the president to his senior cabinet and political appointees, an orchestrated plan demanding a foreign power interfere in our democracy. President Trump betrayed his oath of office. He abused the power of his office for personal and political gain and has refused to cooperate with a co-equal branch of government. This is a vote for our Constitution, setting the precedent for all future presidents, Democrat or Republican. Donald Trump must be held accountable for his actions. Today we send a clear signal to this president and all future presidents. No one is above the law. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Marshall.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
I rise today in opposition to the impeachment of the legitimately elected President of the United States. Enough. Madam Speaker, for the love of this country, enough. Enough of this impeachment circus. Enough of these sham witch hunts. I'm voting no because the President has done nothing wrong. The only thing the President Trump is guilty of is doing the things he said he would do. And if my Democrat colleagues were honest, they'd tell us the only thing President Trump is guilty of is not being Hillary Clinton. The only party guilty of obstruction, abuse of power, or whatever focus group term they're using today is the party on the other side of this aisle. They're obstructing the will of the American people. They're obstructing the very foundations of our country. By politically weaponizing impeachment, they have dangerously shattered precedent and abused our Constitution. They alone will bear this responsibility. Madam Speaker, they'll fail. And it's no wonder the American people don't trust this body. It's past time to be done with this circus and get to the work that matters, like securing our borders and passing trade deals. I will vote no and encourage this body to move on from this heartbreaking, disgraceful day to things that actually matter. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the moment our founders anticipated in establishing the power of impeachment has arrived. The evidence is clear. President Trump abused his power by asking a vulnerable foreign leader to investigate both his political rival and a baseless Russian conspiracy theory, while withholding congressionally appropriated defense aid and a coveted White House visit. He then blocked congressional investigation into these abuses. These abuses threaten the integrity of our elections, they corrupt our diplomacy, and they undermine national security. We sometimes regard constitutional checks and balances as the indestructible underpinnings of our democracy. In fact, they're not fixed. They're not indestructible. The President has demonstrated this beyond all doubt. It's up to the Congress, the first branch of government, to apply the remedy that the Constitution prescribes, because the threats to our democracy are real and present. With this vote, we affirm that no one, including the President, is above the law.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Since the beginning of this impeachment inquiry, it's been extremely troubling to see the partisan, divisive way in which Democrats have carried out this entire process. I guess we shouldn't be surprised, though. They promised they'd unseat this president since the day he took his oath of office. From the start, this has been a baseless attempt to undo the will of 63 million Americans who voted for President Trump. I can tell you, the people I represent in Kentucky, the very people who voted for this president to enact change and fight for this country, are appalled at the charade they've seen in the House in recent months. They are appalled at the actions from House Democrats who have failed to even come close to proving their case. I hope all of my congressional colleagues carefully consider the precedent they are setting by voting in favor of this sham process and these illegitimate articles of impeachment. These articles were written and built on a report that was drafted with biased presumptions, cherry-picked witnesses and vastly disputed facts. The president did not commit any impeachable offense, and it's clear for all of us to see through the now very well-known transcript. This rigged process sets a concerning precedent for impeachable offenses moving forward, and I wholeheartedly oppose these baseless articles of impeachment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many have lamented that this effort is not bipartisan, but that's on my Republican colleagues. Republicans have not sought the truth. They have sought to avoid the truth. They have demeaned and insulted witnesses, patriots, warriors, career diplomats who provided evidence against the president. No House Republican has joined us to demand the documents and witnesses that President Trump has refused to produce. And Senate Republican leaders this week have announced that President Trump himself can set the rules of his own trial, and there will be no fact witnesses. Republicans refuse to seek the truth and condemn the abuse of power, or to work with us to prevent this ongoing behavior in the future. And that's the tragedy of today's events. In our nation's history, thousands of Americans have gone into battle without reservation to fight for our republic, as they still do today. Many have been gravely injured, and some have made the ultimate sacrifice. But today, in contrast, for fear of losing an election, my colleagues will not speak up for the rule of law or against presidential abuse of power. Voters may give them a pass, but history will judge them harshly. I will vote for the articles of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my privilege now to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank my colleague from Georgia and friend, Mr. Collins. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition not only to these articles of impeachment, but in strong opposition to the process that has brought us to this point. Our Constitution and Bill of Rights are all about process. Our founders knew that a government without constraints could accuse anyone of any crime at any time, even without compelling evidence. That's why the Fifth and the 14th Amendments established a bedrock principle of innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But on November the 14th, Speaker Pelosi informed the press that the president should prove his innocence when she stated, "Mr. President, if you have anything that shows your innocence, then he should make that known." The Constitution also guarantees that the accused can call witnesses to testify on their behalf, but the Republicans and the president were continually denied that right throughout this process. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right of the defendant to face their accuser, but not only have the Democrats prohibited Republicans and the president from questioning the so-called whistleblower, his identity has been kept secret. Before you take this historic vote today, 1 week before Christmas, I want you to keep this in mind. When Jesus was falsely accused of treason, Pontius Pilate gave Jesus the opportunity to face his accusers. During that sham trial, Pontius Pilate afforded more rights to Jesus than the Democrats have afforded this president in this process. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
The president was given the opportunity to come and testify before the Judiciary Committee, to send his counsel, to question witnesses. He declined to do so. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
Eyes for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day for our country and for our democracy. The president has abused the powers of his office, betrayed the public trust, and undermined America's national security by pressuring a foreign government to interfere in our elections for his own political gain. In this moment in our history, the Constitution is clear. The remedy for such misconduct by a president is impeachment. I didn't come here to Congress to impeach a president of the United States, but sadly, the president's misconduct leaves us no choice but to follow the Constitution. I have 2 grandchildren. My granddaughter Caitlin is 8, and my grandson Colin is 4. Someday, a long time from now, they'll ask me about this day. They'll ask about the time a president put himself above the law, and they'll want to know what I did to stop him. And I will have an answer for them. Today, I vote to uphold the Constitution. I will vote to impeach Donald Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is interesting that the President was supposedly given rights in the Judiciary Committee, but maybe who would he have asked questions of? 3 law school professors and a staff member? Not a lot of due process there. With this, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, we're here today because House Democrats have spent upwards of $30 million in 3 years trying to overturn the 2016 election of President Trump and come up with nothing. Because of their radical left wing, Democrats are willing to make all future presidential elections invalid until judged worthy by the majority in the House of Representatives. The President of the United States does not serve at the pleasure of the House of Representatives. Perhaps the greatest denial of reality regarding President Trump is acknowledging that under his policies, things are actually going much better than they have in decades for working Americans. We are a democratic constitutional republic in which power flows from we the people to our president and elected officials. The Democrat majority thinks otherwise. They believe that they are entitled to rule us, even if they have to change the rules to invalidate the will and the votes of the people of America. And that is why the absence of a case does not matter in this charade of impeachment. I believe that the American people recognize and share my urgency about what is at stake here. Madam Speaker, you and your majority may decide today, but I have faith that the American people will decide otherwise next November. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Delbeni.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of this resolution. After carefully reviewing all of the evidence and the articles of impeachment before us, it is clear that President Trump abused the power of the presidency and obstructed Congress. I did not come to this conclusion lightly. Impeachment is an extremely serious matter, but no president can be allowed to pressure a foreign country for personal and political gain. No president is above the law. His behavior has jeopardized the integrity of our elections, put our national security at risk, and placed his personal interests above those of the American people. His obstruction has prevented the House from conducting its constitutional duty of oversight of the executive branch. By failing to uphold his oath of office, President Trump forces each of us, as members of the House of Representatives, to uphold ours. I urge my colleagues to do just that and defend our democracy. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Rickleman.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose this impeachment effort and will vote no on the articles of impeachment. I represent the 5th District of Virginia, which is home to so many founding fathers whose visions shaped the great country we are living in today. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison are not around to see what their creation has become, but I don't think they would be pleased to see Congress subverting the will of democracy by holding an impeachment vote because the majority party simply cannot accept the 2016 election. Instead of wasting the taxpayers' time and money on specious investigations, we could have passed legislation to address surprise medical billing, secure the border, address the opioid epidemic, reduce student debt, and solve a litany of other issues that Americans actually care about. Tomorrow, we might have a vote on the USMCA, which we should have passed months ago had it not been for the obstruction and delays from Democrats, delays that have made farmers in my district and other districts suffer. Votes like the one we will take today, the decisions that have led up to today's vote, the nature and entire process of this proceeding reeks of careerist bureaucrats and politicians that put politics over people. I was not elected to take political votes that attempt to overturn the will of the American people. I ran for office to serve my constituents. Let's remember, that's why we are here. Weaponizing emotion is not the way to serve the United States of America. And to my colleagues who do just that, I offer a quote Thomas Paine wrote in The Crisis. To argue with a person who has renounced the use of reason is like administering medicine to the dead. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would remind the gentleman that the House has passed over 400 bills, 275 bipartisan bills, driving down costs of health care and prescription drugs, raising wages, rebuilding infrastructure, taking on corruption and self-dealing in Washington. 80% of these bills are languishing on Senator McConnell's desk. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I thank the chairman for yielding. I wish to place on the record that members of Congress swear a solemn oath to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and today we fulfill our oath by defending liberty. The central figure testing America's resolve is not here in Washington today. Rather, the closeted villain sits in Moscow at the Kremlin. Vladimir Putin has coordinated murders, election hacking, propaganda, the entrapment of willing fools and greedy underlings who put their own selfish interests over liberty. Putin seeks to sow disarray and destabilize democracies and the NATO alliance. At Putin's direction, Russia illegally invaded Ukraine in 2014, and as Ukraine defends Europe's eastern flank, 14,000 people have been killed at Putin's hand, with over 2 million displaced. Rather than stand up to Putin, President Trump and his minions aided Putin, first in hastening Russian interference in our 2016 elections, and then more recently withholding vital military aid from Ukraine to coerce its interference in our 2020 elections for Mr. Trump's personal gain.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Might I end by saying, onward liberty, vote for the articles of impeachment.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Madam Speaker, I rise in
Gentleman's
opposition
recognized.
to these baseless articles of impeachment and the unprecedented process that's been used in this effort to impeach the duly elected President of the United States. It is a mockery of American justice. In 1788, one of our founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton, wrote in the Federalist Papers, "In many cases, impeachment will connect itself with the pre-existing factions. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparable strength of parties, majority and minority, than by real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." What does this mean? It means that the majority can exert its influence regardless of justice. In this statement, Hamilton warned us about the danger of mob rule. Democrats have a criminal and have been searching for a crime for 3 years. But this president has not committed a crime. As the leader of American foreign policy, the president has a constitutional obligation to root out corruption in countries to which we provide aid. This is not an abuse of power. It is his job. One of the articles is obstruction of Congress. The only thing that's been obstructed is this president's right to due process. I don't blame the president for refusing to fully participate in this guilty until proven innocent circus. This is not how our founding fathers framed American justice. This is a tragic day in our nation's history. We have individuals that hate this president more than they love this country. Our country needs prayer and not this destructive partisanship. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, the President's obstruction is unprecedented and categorical. President Trump claims that the House cannot investigate his misconduct outside of an impeachment inquiry. He defies lawful congressional subpoenas and then he sues to block third parties from complying with such subpoenas. Even as he pursues his own interests in court, his administration simultaneously argues that Congress is barred from obtaining judicial enforcement when executive branch officials disregarded subpoenas. So when can the President be held accountable for his wrongdoing? In his mind, never. The Constitution, however, disagrees. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Holmes Norton.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, my words are my only remedy today. In spite of the upcoming D.C. statehood vote, we expect to be successful. The people of the District of Columbia have no vote on impeachment or on any other matter on this floor now. I spoke on this floor on the impeachment of President Clinton 20 years ago. Unlike the Clinton impeachment on perjury concerning an affair with an intern, Trump's impeachment turns on sabotage of national security to get himself reelected. Clinton repented. Trump insists that he did nothing wrong. That's a promise to continue his long pattern of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Impeachment is our only recourse. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Buck.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Georgia. Today, Democrats lower the bar for impeachment. Under the standard, a president can be impeached in the absence of a crime, without due process, and for asserting a legally, constitutionally recognized privilege. History shows Democrat presidents have abused power to undermine democracy and win elections, and yet they have not been impeached. President Franklin Roosevelt used the IRS to target his political opponents. His son later admitted FDR used, quote, the IRS as a weapon of political retribution. President John F. Kennedy used the FBI to wiretap and monitor political opponents, including congressional staff. He deported one of his mistresses to avoid scandal. President Lyndon Johnson spied on Goldwater's campaign, signing off on wiretapping his opponent and Goldwater's airplane and using a CIA spy to obtain advanced copies of Goldwater's strategies and speeches. President Barack Obama refused to provide documents to Congress related to Fast and Furious. His unconstitutional recess appointments were unanimously struck down by the Supreme Court. He used national security agencies to lie to the American people about Benghazi to win the 2012 election. He spied on reporters. Finally, it was the Obama administration that committed 17 serious violations before the FISA court to spy on Trump campaign associates. Despite these clear abuses of power by FDR, JFK, LBJ, and Obama, Republicans did not impeach. Why? Because the framers did not want a low bar for impeachment. They wanted Congress and the President to work out their differences. When I asked Professor Turley in a Judiciary Committee hearing if any president could avoid impeachment with this low standard, he said no. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I would remind the gentleman that President Obama provided thousands of pages of information to congressional requests that Attorney General Holder and others testified, unlike now. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today is a solemn day in America, a day that none of us hoped for when we came to Congress. But the events of today are something that each of us swore that we were prepared to execute in defense of the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This is the oath that binds the men and women of the 116th Congress. As our democracy implores, we defend her. A clear and present threat to American democracy is what brings us here. The architect, a president who asked that a foreign nation interfere in our election. This was our founding fathers' greatest fear. I cast this solemn vote for the many individuals in my district who entrusted me to be their voice in Congress. They entrusted me to uphold our Constitution for them. I vote yes for Sarah in Chicago, Doug in Kankakee, Diane in Flossmoor. Yes for Kathy in Momence, Catherine in Crete, and Jimmy in Park Forest. The facts are simple. The path forward is clear. Impeachment is not an option. It is an obligation because no one is above the law. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, it is my privilege to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, another member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Eschenthaler.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Collins. You know, in the Navy, we had a saying, bluff, bottom line up front. Well, I'll give you the bottom line. Democrats are terrified that President Trump is going to win re-election. They can't beat him on the merits. So the Democrats are caving to their far-left radical base, and they're using the thoughts and the feelings and the assumptions of some unnamed bureaucrats rather than relying on facts and law to impeach a duly elected president. Let me be clear. This is nothing more than a political hit job. You know, I've been on all sides of the courtroom. I was a prosecutor in the Navy. I was a defense attorney in the Navy. I was a district judge in my hometown. And let me tell you, as a lawyer, I would defend this case every day of the week. As a judge, I would dismiss this on day one for lack of merit. There's no prima facie case here. I'll tell you who I'd prosecute, though. I would prosecute Adam Schiff for abuse of power. Why? How about the fact that he used his position as chairman to leak phone records of Ranking Member Devin Nunes? How about the fact that he dumped over 8,000 pages of documents on Republicans less than 48 hours before a hearing? That is the abuse of power. And obstruction? I prosecute the Democrats for obstruction. How about the fact that Judiciary Democrats voted down my request to subpoena the whistleblower? How about the fact that Chairman Nadler refused every single Republican request for a fact witness? That is obstruction of Congress. So again, let me be clear. Today is nothing more than a political hit job. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, once again, I hear a lot of attacks on on Democratic members of Congress, but not one single word of substantive defense of the President's conduct. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, each of us here took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, not the President and not our political party. Today, history will judge. Did we abide that oath? To extort a foreign country, to investigate your political opponent, is an unconstitutional abuse of power. To solicit foreign interference in an American election is an unconstitutional abuse of power. The need to protect against just such abuses prompted our founders to grant the sole power of impeachment to this House. The delicate balance of power that underpins our democracy is threatened when a president disregards the Constitution by obstructing Congress's power to cover up illegal behavior. In doing that, President Trump violated his oath. Today, we must put country over party, conscience over complicity. Today, we must assert no one's above the law. Today, we're summoned by history to do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know this is probably not true, but I think the speakers are not working on the majority side because I have talked about it. Many of our members have talked about the facts. Let's just go over them real quickly. No pressure, no conditionality, nothing was ever denied them when they got through. They actually got the money and they never did anything for it. We have talked about the facts. That's a distraction that doesn't need to happen. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I've heard numerous colleagues say they didn't run for Congress to impeach the president. Well, maybe not originally, but unfortunately from the moment proceedings began, after the 4th vote to launch an impeachment inquiry, today's vote was inevitable. Many of them campaigned on it. I love this country with a soldier's passion. I came here to defend freedom, not to deny due process to anyone. I came here to solve problems and change the broken status quo, not to distract or disrupt those like President Donald Trump who deliver on promises to put America back on the path of peace and prosperity that has made and kept our country free. For months now, Americans have heard speculation about the president's motives in Ukraine. Despite months of effort, dozens of hearings, and countless documents, Americans have not seen proof that the president committed a high crime or a misdemeanor. We have a republic if we can keep it. This is disgraceful, dishonest process. It's a discredit to this body and to our nation. I urge the House to drop these divisive articles of impeachment and get to work for the American people. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, how much time, would you tell me how much time both sides have left, please?
Gentleman from New York has 2 hours and 2 minutes. Gentleman from Georgia has 2 hours and 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the facts are clear. The President of the United States withheld $400 million in military aid to an ally of the United States and also held back a White House meeting to compel a foreign nation to investigate his political opponent. At the exact time the President was doing this, Ukraine was engaged in a battle for its very existence with one of America's adversaries, Russia. The President abused his power to persuade a foreign nation to dig up dirt on a political opponent, and that's the truth. This was, quite simply, a geopolitical shakedown. The president then tried to block Congress from exercising its constitutionally mandated duty to uncover the truth. Every single one of us today faces a stark choice. If we choose to turn a blind eye to put political expediency before the Constitution, then we are complicit in this subversion of democracy. If we do not hold this president accountable, we have failed the people who sent us here, and we have abdicated our own oath to defend the Constitution. In the United States of America, no one is above the law, not even the president.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, it is my pleasure to yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, in 3 months, we've gone from receiving an unsubstantiated, hearsay, and discredited whistleblower complaint to the production of articles of impeachment against the President of the United States. Not since Andrew Johnson has the House engaged in such a partisan political stunt. From the beginning, this has been a sham, and this House has been nothing but a star chamber. The Democrat majority literally locked themselves in the basement of this building, hiding from the American people. When my colleagues and I refused to stand for it, Democrats moved to public hearings, but denied us questions, denied us witnesses, and denied the President any meaningful opportunity to defend himself. With this complete abusive process, the Democratic majority has produced the flimsiest and most legally unsound articles of impeachment in the history of this nation. Never before has the House reported an article of impeachment that does not allege an underlying crime, yet this majority will do so today. Read the transcripts. There was no quid pro quo, no bribery, no extortion, no crime, and no abuse of power, and they don't even allege a crime in their articles of impeachment. The president raising Ukrainian corruption is not an impeachable offense. If the dealings of Hunter Biden were so above board, you would think the majority would be just fine looking into this matter. Yet they haven't moved my resolution asking for an investigation, and our subpoenas for Hunter Biden have all been denied. Hunter Biden doesn't get a pass because his dad was vice president. I am proud to have fought against this charade every step of the way, and I will proudly vote no today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the facts are uncontestable. The evidence is overwhelming. The president grossly misused the office of president and obstructed Congress, and justice requires this impeachment. I feel compelled to respond to the false narrative that Democrats are using this process to overturn an election. You know, I agree. Elections are the appropriate venue for public policy disputes. However, we're not talking about a public policy dispute. We're talking about a president who subverted national security by soliciting foreign interference in our elections, the exact thing our founding fathers feared, and the exact circumstance for which they drafted the impeachment clause. Our democracy, our Constitution deserves standing up for, not Donald John Trump. And I will leave my colleagues with this last thought as they decide how to cast this historic vote. For what shall it profit a man to gain the whole world only to lose his own soul? I yield back.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goodman.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the day the Founding Fathers feared, when they granted Congress the power of impeachment, where we have a political party so dead set against the president that they will do anything to impeach him. And they're about to get away with it simply because they have the votes. But that's not how this process is supposed to work. It's not meant to be dictated by a thin partisan majority, nor is it meant to be used when an election is just around the corner. And no one understands that better than our Speaker, who I have great respect for, and I agree with the comments she made on March the 6th of just this year. Impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go down that path because it divides the nation. And that's exactly what's happened. And when we walk out of here tonight, we all know how this result's going to go. The Democrats are voting for this. Not one Republican is breaking. This is not bipartisan. The American people are disgusted with the United States House of Representatives, and we bring shame upon this body today by moving forward this impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Lowenthal.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The facts in this case are as simple as they are tragic. Witness after witness attested to these facts. No one has credibly refuted them. President Trump tried to coerce Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 elections. He used the power of his office for personal political gain. By withholding aid to Ukraine, the president has endangered our ally Ukraine and undermined our own national security. And when he got caught, the president attempted to cover up the crime and shut down any investigation by obstructing Congress. We have overwhelming evidence that this president poses an urgent threat to our elections, to our national security, and to the rule of law. Congress must vote to impeach him to protect our constitutional republic. There is no alternative. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The only urgent threat to this body is the clock in the calendar and the desire to impeach the president before we go home for Christmas. With that, 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rowe.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today's a sad day in the people's house. Since Donald Trump was elected in 2016, Democrats have been on a crusade to stop him by any means. I believe the American people are the fairest people on this earth. They believe that everyone should be treated equally under the law, no matter what your station you occupy in life. Rich, poor, president, factory worker, fair. This process has been anything but fair. For 2 years, we've been told that then-candidate Donald Trump colluded with Russians to interfere with our elections. 2 years, millions of dollars spent on the Mueller investigation. No collusion. You'd think after being that wrong, Democrats would finally decide to work on the problems that the American people sent us here to do. You'd be wrong again. Then we were told that the president withheld money to the Ukrainians in a quid pro quo. No, a bribery, no, abuse of power. I guess whatever polls best, to gather information on a political rival, potential rival. Well, here are some facts about what happened. Fact number one, the transcript of July 25th phone conversation that President released shows no pressure. Fact number two, President Zelensky did not know the money was withheld. Fact number three, no investigation occurred or was announced. Fact number four, the money was released September 11th, 2019. Facts are stubborn things. One member on the other side of the aisle said, quotes, "I'm concerned that if we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected," end quotes. That, Madam Speaker, says it all. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take seriously my oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and I do not take today's proceedings lightly. The Founding Fathers included the impeachment process in the Constitution to uphold our values and to maintain the checks and balances that are essential to separation of powers and to democracy. They knew way back in 1787 that a president could abuse the power of the office. In fact, they adopted the phrase high crimes and misdemeanors from a phrase that had been used in the English Parliament since 1386, intended to cover situations where an official abused his power and included in disobeying an order from the Parliament. Donald Trump has abused the power of his office by inviting a foreign government to interfere in the U.S. election. And he did this not to help the United States, but to benefit himself. That's wrong, and it's an impeachable offense. And then when Congress exercised our constitutional duty to investigate these wrongdoings, he obstructed the investigation every step of the way. That is also wrong, and it's also an impeachable offense. In our country, no one is above the law. That includes the President of the United States. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the gentleman. You know, December is such a great month, and there's so many great dates in December, and we talk about the wonderful things that have happened in Decembers of the past. There's also, in addition to Christmas being something we celebrate, the Boston Tea Party took place in December, but also on December 7th, 1941, a horrific act happened in the United States, and it's one that President Roosevelt said, this is a date that will live in infamy. Today, December the 18th, 2019, is another date that will live in infamy. When just because you hate the President of the United States and you can find no other reason other than the fact that you're so blinded by your hate that you can't see straight, that you've decided the only way we can make sure this President doesn't get elected again is to impeach him. On the floor of the People's House, the bastion of democracy and liberty in the whole world, we have decided that political power is far more important than principle. I would urge all members of the House to vote no on impeachment and to look their voters in the eye and remember, listen, let me tell you, the voters will remember next November what you're doing this December. This is a terrible time. This is a date that will live in infamy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, the members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
In 1787, at the conclusion of the Constitutional Convention, Benjamin Franklin was asked, "Do we have a republic or a monarchy?" He responded, "A republic if you keep it." Madam Speaker, a republic is a form of government in which the country is considered a public matter, not the private concern or property of the rulers. In a republic, no person is above the law. In a republic, the president may not abuse his power by withholding critical foreign assistance for his own personal political gain, nor may he stop witnesses from talking. I did not come to Congress to impeach a president, but
this impeachment is about what President Trump has done. The people in this country who are let in, who are inadmissible or apprehended and don't have legal authority, fell from 100,000 people in May to under 5,000 people in November, and you hate him for it. Ben Carson thinks that low-income housing should be used by American citizens and not people who are here illegally, and you hate him for it. President Trump doesn't want people coming here and going on welfare, and you hate him for it. President Trump wants able-bodied people on food stamps to try to work, and he's hated for it. President Trump renegotiated that rip-off trade agreement with Mexico and Canada, and that was let in place by President Bush and President Obama, and you hate him for it. President Trump sides with law enforcement instead of criminals, and murders dropped 1,000 people last year, and you hate him for siding with the police. President Trump lets Christian adoption agencies choose who they want to be parents, and you don't like him for that. President Trump won't let foreign aid go to agencies that perform abortions. You hate him for that. President Trump's judges stick to the Constitution. He's disliked for that. President Trump is keeping his campaign promises, and you hate him for that. I yield the remainder of my time.
Members are once again reminded to keep their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, we do not hate President Trump, but we do know that President Trump will continue to threaten the nation's security, democracy, and constitutional system if he is allowed to remain in office. That threat is not hypothetical. President Trump has persisted during this impeachment inquiry in soliciting foreign powers to investigate his political opponent. The president steadfastly insists that he did nothing wrong and is free to do it all again. That threatens our next election, as well as our constitutional democracy. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the House of Representatives, the People's House, is vested by the Constitution with the power of impeachment to balance the power of the presidency. Without this essential duty, the president could exploit his sacred office without any regard for the law. On January 3rd, 2019, every member of the House swore an oath to defend the Constitution, and this week we're being asked to do just that. When allegations arose that the president tried to coerce a foreign government to help undermine the 2020 election, the House carried out its duty to investigate a potential abuse of power, but the President refused to cooperate and forbade his administration from doing so, obstructing Congress from carrying out our sworn responsibility. If these actions bear no consequence, future presidents may act without constraint and American democracy will be at an end. Therefore, compelled by my sworn duty to defend the Constitution, I will vote to impeach this president. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield to my friend from Florida a minute and a half.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to address my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and reiterate President Washington's warning to the Republic 223 years ago. The Constitution rightly sets a high bar for impeachment, but the integrity of the process also depends on the ability of the legislators to vote their minds independent of party politics. Removing a president is too important, and lawmakers are given too much latitude to define high crimes and misdemeanors for it to be any other way. Otherwise, excessively partisan politicians could overturn an election simply because the president is a member of the opposite and opposing party. It is in regard to this impeachment process that George Washington forewarned us as a nation at this moment in history. When political parties may now and then answer popular ends, they are likely in the course of time and things to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men and women will be enabled to subvert the power of the people to usurp for themselves the reins of government. How wise he was. Vote no on this assault to our republic, the Constitution, and against President Trump.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, John Adams warned in a letter to Thomas Jefferson that these risks were unavoidable and might sometimes overlap. Quote, "You are apprehensive of foreign interference, intrigue, influence. So am I. As often as elections happen, the danger of foreign influence recurs." Close quote. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today history is being written. The facts are conclusive. The President attempted to use the power of the powerful office of President to force Ukraine to influence our 2020 election. In the process, President Trump jeopardized our national security and withheld vital military assistance intended to prevent further Russian aggression to our region. However, as our committees, including government oversight, which I sit on, and which I'm a member, sought to interview additional witnesses and obtain documents, the President ordered from the power of his office that the executive branch to not participate and obstructed the congressional oversight. Article 1 provides the House of Representatives with the sole power of impeachment, as well as the authority to conduct oversight of the executive branch. What did he have to hide? When the framers met over 200 years ago, they went to great lengths to ensure future presidents would be forced to answer to their constitutional responsibility. I stand today in support of the 2 articles of impeachment.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is a sad day for this body, for the voters who sent me here last November, and for our nation. Benjamin Franklin cautioned when asked what he had given us, "A republic if you can keep it." Today we take a step further toward losing the republic that our founding fathers envisioned by engaging in activity that they specifically warned against, the misuse of the constitutional power of impeachment for one party's political gain. Our Constitution is the very foundation of our republic. Its assurance of self-determination has been the shining beacon by which our nation has chartered its course over the last 2 centuries. From a new democratic experiment struggling to survive to the greatest nation on earth, America has been powered over the years not by government, but by the ingenuity, the bravery, and the faith of its people. confident in their place as one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so it is we, the people, who determine our president, not we, the Judiciary Committee, nor we, the Congress. The Constitution is clear. It's only when we see clear proof of the impeachable offenses outlined in Article 2, Section 4, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, that we are to challenge the decision of the voters, break the figurative glass, and pull the emergency ripcord that is impeachment. We do not have that proof today. Thomas Jefferson said, "I know of no safe depository of the ultimate powers of society but the people themselves. And if we think them not enlightened enough to exercise their control with a wholesome discretion, the remedy is not to take it from them, but to inform their discretion by education." But rather than educate, this majority has chosen today to obfuscate with hearsay, innuendo, and speculation. And when history looks back on this shameful period for this House, it will judge it for what it truly is, the ugly hijacking by the majority of our Constitution and the powers it so solemnly entrusts to us to engage in a blatantly political process designed to finally achieve what they could not achieve at the ballot box, the removal of a duly elected president. Compelled by my sworn duty to uphold this Constitution and for the people, I vote no on impeachment today. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as we take this solemn, necessary step of impeaching President Trump, my Republican colleagues have made up their minds. We can't persuade them to do the right thing, so I'll address my remarks to the future. Today's vote will be judged by future generations, including my precious children, Abby and Nathan, maybe grandkids. Historians will study what members of this Congress did when our democracy was tested like never before by a president who put personal interests above country, who compromised national security to cheat his way to re-election, and when caught, not only lied and refused to admit wrongdoing, but flouted Congress's authority. He even called the constitutional impeachment mechanism unconstitutional. Historians will marvel how some members of Congress continued to stand by this man, how they put blind partisan loyalty or fear of Donald Trump above their duty to defend the Constitution, how they made absurd partisan arguments and tried to obstruct these proceedings, and how instead of pushing back when their party fell under the dark spell of authoritarianism, they embraced it as if the Constitution, the rule of law, and our oath of office mean nothing. So, Madam Speaker, for our future generations, our children, the judgment of history, let me be clear. I stand with our Constitution, with the rule of law, and our democracy. I'll be voting yes to impeach Donald J. Trump.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding me time. Today's vote to impeach the duly elected President of the United States is truly historical. However, its unique place in history is not for the reasons the Democratic Party and their mainstream media overlords are so desperately trying to convey. Today, we will be remembered as the day that the Democrats, claiming a false moral supremacy over the desire of the American people, executed a deliberate and orchestrated plan to overturn a presidential election. It will be the first time in history that a party paraded out their Ivy League academics to explain to 31 states and almost 63 million people that their voice should not be heard and why their votes should be counted. I pray for our nation every day, but today I'm praying for my colleagues across the aisle who arrived at this partisan and self-directed fork in the road and chose the road never before traveled and one that has a dead end. Donald J. Trump is our president, chosen by the American people, fair and square. As we say in Texas, it's a done deal. Democrats' attempt to change history will never undo that. May God bless the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I would remind the gentleman that the impeachment clause was placed in the Constitution to protect the American people and our form of government against a president who would subvert our constitutional liberties in between elections. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Madam Speaker. I rise because I love my country. And Madam Speaker, shall any man be beyond justice This is the question posed in 1787 by George Mason at the Constitutional Convention. Shall any man be beyond justice? Madam Speaker, if this president is allowed to thwart the efforts of Congress with a legitimate impeachment inquiry, the president will not only be above the law, he will be beyond justice. We cannot allow any person to be beyond justice in this country. In the name of democracy, on behalf of the Republic, and for the sake of the many who are suffering, I will vote to impeach, and I encourage my colleagues to do so as well. No one is beyond justice in this country. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd also remind my chairman that the impeachment was not to be used in the between election cycles to defeat a sitting president who you think will be reelected. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will vote today against both articles of impeachment because we are without merit and setting a dangerous precedent for our country. This political vendetta is an abuse of the impeachment process and would subvert the votes of 63 million Americans. Just because the president's opponents are afraid that he'll win re-election is no excuse for weaponizing impeachment. No president in history has ever been impeached 10 months before an election. Elections are the heart of our democracy. Our founding fathers devised a simple way to remove a president if you disagree with him. It's called an election, and we have one coming up in less than a year. Let's let the people decide this next November, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today in support of impeachment. I learn so much every single day from my residents at home. Their common sense and understanding of what is right and wrong is centered on why they oppose any person using the most powerful position in the world for personal gain. We honor our veterans in this chamber almost on a daily basis, but do we ever follow their lead, where we serve the people of the United States and uphold the Constitution not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans? We should learn from their sense of duty and responsibility to country and democracy, not political party. Doing nothing here, Madam Speaker, is not an option. Looking away from these crimes against our country is not an option. This is about protecting the future of our nation and our democracy from corruption, abuse of power, criminal cover-ups, and bribery. And this, Madam Speaker, this vote is also for my sons and the future of so many generations. So I urge my colleagues to please vote yes on these articles of impeachment. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on this dark day in the United States House of Representatives to voice my opposition to the shameful impeachment process that has occurred in the People's House. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not like President Trump. We know this because they proudly boasted about their intention to impeach our president before he was even sworn into office. Out of disdain for the president and for those of us who elected him, the House of Representatives is considering 2 articles of impeachment that are so very weak that they even fail to include specific crimes. The people that I represent in South Central and Southwestern Pennsylvania know the truth. The American people know the truth. This impeachment circus has never been about the facts. This process has always been about seeking revenge for the president's election in 2016 and attempting to prevent him from winning again in 2020. Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly oppose this partisan and shameful effort to impeach our democratically and duly elected president. For the sake of our nation, I urge my colleagues to join with me and vote no on the articles of impeachment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, all we keep hearing from the other side are attacks on the process and questions of our motives. We do not hear because we cannot hear, because they cannot articulate a real defense of the President's actions. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to protect our democracy. Today, we take a stand against corruption and abuses of power. What we are doing here today is not only patriotic, it is uniquely American. America is a story of ordinary people confronting abuses of power with a steadfast pursuit of justice. Throughout our history, the oppressed have been relegated to the margins by the powerful, and each time we have fought back, deliberate in our approach, clear-eyed. Each generation has fought for the preservation of our democracy, and that is what brings us to the House floor today, efficient and effective in the pursuit of our truth. Congress has done its due diligence. Today we send a clear message. We will not tolerate abuses of power from the President of the United States of America. The future of this nation rests in our hands. It is with a heavy heart but a resolved one, and because I believe our democracy is worth fighting for, I will vote to impeach Donald J. Trump, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, again, and my chairman, again, I think hears us. He just doesn't want acknowledgement. When you have nothing but a process that it was completely amok, you talk about the process, but you also, I've already debunked the facts many times. Let's do it one more time. No pressure by either Mr. Trump or Mr. Zelensky. In fact, what really just horrifies me is the continuation to say that Mr. Zelensky, who is the supposed victim here, had said many times there was no pressure. He is the majority Democrats are calling him a liar or weakening him in his own country. That's deplorable. There's no conditionality in the transcript or conditionality after that. 5 meetings prove that. All high-level meetings, no conditionality. 2 of those meetings were after the Ukrainians actually knew of the possibility of their aid being held. They've not ever addressed the 4 truths and the 5 facts. Also, after there was nothing done to get the money, guess what? They got the money. That's the facts. That's what they don't want to deal with. That's where we're at today. So let's continue to see how the sham was perpetrated. That's what many of our members are talking about. With that, I yield a minute and a half from the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the articles of impeachment against President Trump. I believe all American people need to be looked in the eye by all their representatives. Today is the culmination of the Democrats' 3-year-long quest to delegitimize the president. This has been in the works since November 2016 and was all but promised when the Democrats took the majority. This sham process began without a formal vote in the House and was continued over these past several months, willfully trampling on decades of bipartisan precedent. No due process, closed-door depositions, even though nothing in this investigation was classified, and leaking only details that fit their narrative. If this isn't partisan politics, I don't know what is. Holding our elected officials accountable is a job I take extremely seriously. But the impeachment votes today represent the worst of Washington, D.C. Yet another reason my constituents are so disillusioned with the process and disappointed by the 116th Congress. Michigan's 1st District sent me to Washington to get things done, to get the government off their backs, and to help rural Michiganders and other people around the country keep more of their hard-earned currency, not to impeach our duly elected president. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote against the articles of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is with a solemn sense of duty that I rise today in support of impeachment. As this chamber debates 2 articles of impeachment against the President for his abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, I want history to know that I stood up to say that I stand for the Constitution and our democracy. When my immigrant mom became a United States citizen, she took an oath and allegiance to our country and Constitution. When I stood on this floor as a new member of Congress, I took an oath to uphold and defend our Constitution. The President abused his power when he used his official office and power to ask a foreign government to interfere in our elections. When he asked a foreign government for a personal favor to dig up dirt on his political opponent so he could cheat. The President got caught, and then he tried to cover it up. Today we say no more. Today, we say we will not allow this president to abuse his power and endanger our national security. I stand to say no one is above the law, not even this president. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the gentleman. Since before inauguration, the press and members of this Congress have been for impeachment. Members refused to attend the inauguration. They called for impeachment. They voted for impeachment without any evidence. They voted for impeachment creating and manufacturing evidence. Recall and votes of no confidence are not included in our Constitution for a reason. Our system demands evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors. If such evidence existed, there would be an agreement in this chamber, but there is not. There is not an agreement because there is not evidence. Madison and Hamilton warned us that this might happen, that impeachment would veer toward political factions, and that's exactly what this is. This is bitterly and nakedly partisan. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made a mockery of this process and this government. They despise the president and are themselves abusing the power of their office, all to settle the political score they were unable to resolve at the ballot box. Madam Speaker, they hope that if they repeat them over and over and stay on message, you will believe their charges. Repeating things that aren't true does not make them true. The call record between the two presidents is clear. President Trump was interested in getting to the bottom of what happened in the 2016 election. He asked the Ukrainians to work with our Attorney General. The Ukrainians were already getting the military hardware, and they got the assistance money and the meeting they desired. These are not crimes. These are disagreements over foreign policy and the fact that this president is conducting it. If it weren't so sad, it would be laughable, Madam Speaker. My colleagues are not driven by a quest for facts or truth. They are driven by their partisan animus and a timetable. These are the reckless and irresponsible act of elitists in the swamp, and they underline the fabric of our republic. I urge a no vote, and I yield.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I would remind the gentleman that there is, in fact, extensive direct evidence, including the President's own words and actions, which is corroborated and supported by indirect and circumstantial evidence. The record leaves the following key facts indisputable. President Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, pushed Ukraine to investigate Vice President Biden and a debunked conspiracy theory about the 2016 elections. President Trump directed U.S. officials and President Zelensky himself to work with Mr. Giuliani to fulfill his demands. President Trump withheld critical military aid for Ukraine, and President Trump stonewalled Congress investigation to cover up his misconduct. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this should not be a partisan vote. This is a vote about America. It's a vote about our democracy and our oath to the Constitution. We all took an oath to protect the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and we all know that what President Trump did was wrong. We all know it's wrong to withhold foreign aid as for a political favor. We know it's wrong to ignore congressional subpoenas. And we know it's wrong to default to silly partisan process arguments rather than to rise and defend this beautiful but all too fragile democracy. And when those in elected power abuse their position for personal advantage, it's on us to somberly uphold and defend the responsibility that the founders bestowed on us. So when you talk about partisanship, I'd remind you of those great words of Lincoln. And paraphrasing him slightly, when one party would inflame partisanship rather than let the nation survive, I'm proud to be of the party that would accept partisanship rather than let the nation perish. So in this moment, the answer is clear, not because we want to impeach, but because we must. So when you vote in a few hours, don't vote your party, vote your character. That's how you're going to be judged, and that's how we're all going to be judged. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask for a time check for both.
Gentleman from Georgia has an hour and 44 and a half minutes. Gentleman from New York has an hour and 47 and a half minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Tipton.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this partisan impeachment process. Make no mistake, this process did not begin with the whistleblower report. In fact, impeachment efforts began shortly after the president was elected. The theatrics, political posturing have ensured that this body is not actually pursuing to preserve checks and balances. Rather, this process echoes the calls by some that refuse to accept the 2016 election results. Neither of the articles receiving a vote justify the removal of the president from office. The first article suggests that the president pressured a foreign government to be able to assist in an upcoming election. Ukraine received its aid without a prearranged agreement. This is unsubstantiated. The second article is premised on the obstruction occurred when the White House ignored subpoenas issued by the House. Our federal courts are the ultimate arbiters of these decisions. In fact, previous administrations, Republican and Democrat both, have dealt with these issues and claimed executive privilege. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the articles that are before this House are unsubstantiated. I intend to vote no on these articles, and I would encourage my colleagues to be able to do the same.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I will vote to impeach President Donald Trump for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Those still defending the president's actions are desperately grasping at straws while living in an alternate universe where facts don't exist. To those still unwilling to search their souls, ask yourself, would you support a Democratic president using taxpayer dollars to pressure a foreign government to investigate a Republican political opponent based on false Russian conspiracy theories? Of course not. That's absurd. Any president who does that has abused the power of the presidency for personal gain and undermined our most sacred tradition, our elections. In a few hours, every member will make a choice. Will you fall into the age-old political trap of thinking blind partisanship is all that matters? Or will you vote to defend the Constitution and our democracy so that the President Trump and every future president will know that they are not above the law and will be held accountable for their actions? I have made my choice. I hope every member puts the defense of our nation first and joins me. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I need to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak out against this attempt to remove the duly elected President of the United States. Impeachment is importantly established in our Constitution. The impeachment of a president has only happened twice in our country's 243-year history. Yet today, for highly political purposes, the House majority is trying to remove President Trump from office based on secondhand indirect accounts. The articles of impeachment we are voting on today offer no evidence of a crime, but instead are purposely broad to fit the majority's narrative. Less than 1 year until the next presidential election, we are being asked to override the choice of the American people. This lopsided and hyper-partisan biased impeachment process has been predetermined as an outcome from the very beginning. This is an unfortunate day in the history of our great country. We must hope this political game does not set a precedent of which to follow in the future. Surely there will be disagreements between a president and Congress for many years to come. Instead of unnecessarily dividing our country, as we are seeing today, we should be looking at ways to bring our country together. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, President Trump's actions are both impeachable and criminal. Although the violation of the federal criminal statute is neither necessary nor sufficient to justify impeachment, President Trump's conduct violated the federal anti-bribery statute very clearly. Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Beyer.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, today I vote to impeach President Donald Trump for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. I don't hate the president, but I love my country and I have no other choice. Voting for these articles of impeachment is the only moral course of action, the only way to honor our oath of office. I have no doubt that the votes I cast today will stand the test of time. This has nothing to do with the 2016 elections. I'm so disappointed that my Republican friends approve of the president's abuses of power and solicitation of foreign interference in our elections. This is the very definition of the willful suspension of disbelief. They know in their hearts that what the president has done is deeply wrong. They know that they would vote without hesitation to impeach a Democratic president who had done these things. I remind all Americans the president did not rebut the facts, the many, many facts which have led to the articles of impeachment today. For the sake of our democracy, our Constitution, and our country, we must do the right thing and vote to impeach President Trump.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just amazed by what the chairman just said. If it was obviously that he violated the bribery statute clearly, then why didn't we add it as an article of impeachment? The reason why? It didn't. With that, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, ma'am. Article 2, Section 4 of the United States Constitution states that the President of the United States may be removed from office for treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors. As a former prosecutor, I am confident that no court would accept these articles of impeachment as having met the standards set forth by our founding fathers. The impeachment articles rely almost exclusively on hearsay and opinion testimony, and they present no direct evidence of wrongdoing. As a former district attorney, I'm dismayed that the Democrats have submitted articles of impeachment against a sitting president using circumstantial evidence that fails to offer proof of an impeachable offense. Additionally, the charges levied against the president in the articles of impeachment lack historical precedent and are motivated by pure political reason. If the House of Representatives passes the articles of impeachment, the Democrats will have set a dangerous precedent by undoing America's votes for president because a single party disagreed with the 2016 presidential election results. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the articles of impeachment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I find no pleasure coming to the floor today to consider impeachment. I ran for Congress to represent my community and to serve the country I love. As a combat veteran and having served 8 years on the Intelligence Committee, I understand the threat that foreign actors can play in our elections. Every elected official must dedicate themselves to protecting our democracy. No one should invite a foreign country to interfere with our most sacred act of voting. It was abuse of power by the President to ask a foreign nation to interfere in our election to benefit his personal and political interest and to condition bipartisan, congressionally approved aid on that interference. Unchecked, these actions could lead us down a path that will unravel the fabric of our nation. I'm saddened that we're here today, but in the interest of defending our nation, I will vote for the articles of impeachment. I yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank the gentleman from Georgia. Mr. Speaker, our founders intentionally did not embrace recalls or votes of no confidence. Rather, we demand from Congress evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors. While my colleagues are free to dislike the president, and while they may reasonably view the infamous phone call and negotiations with the Ukrainians as something less than perfect, they are not free to impeach something less than a high crime and misdemeanor. In just over 10 months, though, the people are free to decide, and we should let them. The eyes of the world are upon us, Madam Speaker. The press galleries are full. Our floor is filled with members. When will we give the world something better than this? My colleagues wax eloquent about the constitutions they found under mothballs. Where is respect for the Constitution when the People's House daily refuses to do its actual job while shredding federalism and limited government? Today in Mexico, a young girl will be abused while being trafficked toward our open borders, while some here yell kids in cages and play race politics in the false name of compassion. Today in New York, a young mother will be coerced into abortion by taxpayer-funded Planned Parenthood, while we allow the genocide of the unborn in the false name of choice. Today across America, diabetics will struggle to afford insulin due to a healthcare system ravaged by government and insurance bureaucrats empowered in the false name of coverage. And today our children inherit $100 million of debt an hour, borrowed in the false name of what government can provide. In this conduct by Congress failing to do its jobs, that should be impeached. And one might ask if America would be better off taking the first 435 names out of the phone book to represent us in the United States House than what is on display here today. Today is not a dark day because the American people know this. America is great, Washington is broken, and we're taking our country back. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. I came to Congress to serve the great people of Sacramento and to build a better future for our children and grandchildren, including my grandkids, Anna and Robbie. The facts before us are crystal clear. We heard testimony from 17 brave patriots who value our democracy and the Constitution. They testified that President Trump threatened to withhold congressionally approved money in exchange for dirt on a political rival. And worse, that he continues to invite foreign powers to violate our sovereignty even today. On its face, these are impeachable offenses that represent a clear and present danger to our country. That's why the only answer is to act now. We need to stand together and stop President Trump immediately so that he cannot violate the next election. For the sake of our country and our democracy, I will vote yes to impeach the President, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, how much is the trust of the American people worth? When the American people are dissatisfied with their government, the primary tool that the Constitution gives them to make a change is their vote. And on November 8, 2016, Americans from every part of this nation packed the polls to elect Donald J. Trump to be the President of the United States. The country wanted a disruptor, a fighter, a deal maker, a president that would put America first. But sadly, on that very same day, Democrats had no plan or interest in honoring the vote of the American people. They were going to attempt from day one to delegitimize this president and ultimately remove him from office. Right after the president was sworn in, the Washington Post wrote, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." Even before he took office, a Politico article headline read, "Could Trump be impeached shortly after he takes office?" So, House Democrats have been planning for this day since January 2017. It's clear that facts have never mattered to the House Democrats. They never planned to work with the president. Instead, they intended only to fulfill their divisive partisan agenda. Again, I ask, how much is the trust of the American people worth? Because after the vote today, for what you think is a short-term partisan gain, you can be sure that the American people will have lost their trust in our institution. They will have lost their trust in Congress. And most importantly, they will have lost trust that their vote counts.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Impeaching a president is one of the most solemn and consequential decisions the United States Congress can make. It's not an action that I or my fellow House colleagues take lightly. Investigations and hearings conducted by the House prove overwhelming evidence that President Trump abused his power and endangered our national security. President Trump also issued a blanket order prohibiting all executive office personnel from testifying, responding to subpoenas, or turning over documents. Therefore, he has obstructed the legitimate constitutional obligation of Congress. The President's actions leave me no choice. President Trump violated his oath of office. Now, I will uphold my oath of office to preserve and protect our Constitution, and my promise to my constituents to carefully analyze all issues before me. I will vote in favor of both articles of impeachment against President Donald John Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Dunn.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you today a disappointed man. I am disappointed in a broken and partisan process that has consumed the House Democrats. We were told this investigation was going to be bipartisan and transparent. Instead, the proceedings were held in secret behind closed doors with no attempt at a fair hearing. All this was done deliberately in an effort to undo the results of the 2016 election. Madam Speaker, my constituents in Florida want to see us get to work. They want us, they're counting on us to actually fix the surprise medical billing, to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Instead, we're here a week before Christmas voting to impeach the legitimate president Donald J. Trump, on the strength of nothing but rumors. We've wasted almost a year on this process while House Democrats chose political theater over serving the American people. This shameful vote to impeach our president will be a lasting stain on our House, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman. It's clear cut. The President of the United States has violated his oath of office and betrayed the Constitution and the American people. He admitted to soliciting assistance from a foreign leader to interfere in a U.S. election and aid his political re-election campaign. That's a violation of the law, a violation of the Constitution, and a betrayal of the American people and an impeachable offense. Overwhelming evidence also demonstrates the President withheld congressionally approved taxpayer dollars to blackmail the young new president of Ukraine under attack from Russia. Now, the gentleman from Georgia says Ukraine didn't feel any pressure. They're being invaded by Russia. Vladimir Putin, you know, Trump's friend, and he withheld that aid until the whistleblower report came out. Then the aid was released. It wasn't released for any good purpose. Congress voted for that aid. The president signed the bill. That is another impeachable offense. And the Judiciary Committee has put together an extensive document which shows that there is evidence of numerous other federal crimes, including bribery and wire fraud. The president's actions threaten the continuation of our representative democracy. I'm proudly voting for impeachment today.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am glad to know that Mr. Trump was giving them lethal aid, actually something to fight back with, not what was previously given to them. And there was, again, from the president himself, no pressure put on him. Your whole case sort of destroys if you're coercing somebody if there was no pressure felt. But yet we don't seem to get that part on this floor debate today. So with that, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Gianforte.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Today, this chamber is pushing through the most partisan, baseless articles of impeachment in our history. House Democrats' hyper-partisan impeachment has been a sham since day one, driven by those whose bitter rage against President Trump has blinded the results of the 2016 election the day President Trump won. Earlier this year, Speaker Pelosi said impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go down that path. None of those standards have been met. None. The committee hearings were a scripted, substance-free, made-for-TV show. They would be comedy if impeachment weren't so serious and grave. Witnesses denied awareness of an impeachable offense. And because the majority has failed to make the case for impeachment, there is no bipartisanship. Compelling, overwhelming, bipartisan. Speaker Pelosi has not met her own criteria for impeachment. But here we are. Despite Democrats testing and tweaking their impeachment message, the American people have rejected it. I will vote against this partisan impeachment sham. Let's get back to the work that the American people sent us here. And on this sad day of an impeachment charade, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a sad day for America, a sad day for Texas, and a very sad day for the people I represent. I'm not gleeful for today. I came to Congress to lower the cost of prescription drugs, fight for a debt-free education, improve the cost of special needs children, our seniors, and our veterans. I did not come to Congress to impeach a sitting president, but we've been given no choice. He has eroded the foundations of our democracy and used the office of the presidency for personal and political gain. Our founding fathers feared that one day the power of the presidency was stretched beyond its limits. Thus, they enshrined in the Constitution a system of checks and balances. We cannot and will not lower the ethical standards of our presidency. We cannot afford to wither like a cheap flower in bad weather watching our democracy crumble and rot from within. That is not the America the world knows and loves, and it's certainly not the America we would be proud to have our future generations inherit. And that is why today I must vote to impeach the President of the United States and fulfill my oath to the Constitution, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Hurd.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Throughout this process, the American people have learned of bungling foreign policy decisions, but we have not heard evidence beyond a reasonable doubt of bribery or extortion. Allegations of these two crimes aren't even mentioned in the articles of impeachment being debated today. But today, we have seen a rushed process divide our country. Today, accusations have been hurled at each other, questioning one another's integrity. Today, a dangerous precedent will be set, impeachment becoming a weaponized political tool. We know how this partisan process will end this evening, but what happens tomorrow? Can this chamber put down our swords and get back to work for the American people? This institution has a fabled history of passing legislation that has not only changed our country, but has inspired the world. This feat has been possible because this experiment we call America has one perpetual goal: make a more perfect union. We can contribute to this history if we recognize the simple fact that way more unites our country than divides us. Tomorrow, can we start focusing on that?
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is indeed a sad day for our country. This is indeed a sad day for America, but it's a good day for our Constitution. It is a sad day for our country because President Trump has defied our Constitution, our rules, our requirements, and our expectations. It is clear that President Trump places himself above the law, above our Constitution, and above the expectations of the American people. At my last town hall meeting, which was held Saturday, December 15th at Malcolm X College in Chicago, someone asked the question, what is our position on impeachment? Madam Speaker, every person there rose and said, impeach. When I speak for the people of the 7th District of Illinois, and my vote will be impeach, impeach, impeach. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, I yield two minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Gohmert.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. In 1998, Senator Schumer said, and I quote, that this impeachment will be used as a routine tool to fight political battles. We thought it was a prediction. It was a promise, and now it's playing out. It's exactly what's being done here. And for those that say we don't address the defenses of fact, here you go. The impeachment serves two purposes. Number one, stop the investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice and Ukraine into the corruption of Ukraine interference into the U.S. Election in 2016. You said this was about, this terrible Russia collusion. Then that fell through. It's about emoluments. It's about bribery. It's about extortion. It's changed, but one thing hasn't changed, and that is the intent to impeach this president. It's always been there. But let's be honest. The president turning his back on Ukraine, that happened in 2009. Because in 2008, Ukraine invaded Georgia. What happened? Bush put sanctions on Russia to teach them a lesson. What happened after that? Well, in March of 2009, Hillary Clinton was sent over to Russia with a reset button to say, Bush overreacted. We're okay that you invaded Georgia. It was a green light to Russia to invade Ukraine. And what do? Oh, yeah, you send blankets and MREs they can eat and be warm while the Russians are killing them. That is what the Obama administration did. This is a travesty, and we're in big trouble because Schumer was right. Now it's lowered even farther, the bar. It will be used for political battles, and this country's end is now in sight. I hope I don't live to see it. This is an outrage. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned that any member of the House would spout Russian propaganda on the floor of the House. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for... The House will come to order. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you.
The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, the United States Constitution is explicit. Bribery is an impeachable offense. Bribery involves the abuse of power, and the President of the United States abused the power of his office by soliciting a bribe of a foreign leader to interfere in an election that he was afraid he could not win honorably, fairly, or freely. You, President of Ukraine, open and announce an investigation of my political rival, and I, President of the United States, will release $391 million in military aid and give you the stature-amplifying White House meeting that you need. This is a this for that, something for something transaction. Soliciting a bribe from a foreign leader is an abuse of power and a federal crime. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bill Rackus.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my Republican colleagues who have toiled honorably in defense of the Constitution and the rule of law under difficult circumstances, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, it's a darn shame that we have found ourselves in this position today. Every time I step into this chamber, I'm humbled to be serving in the greatest legislative body in the history of the world. However, it's deeply disappointing that the hyper-partisanship that has gripped this country has made its way into this chamber. I pride myself on being a consensus builder who works across the aisle to get things done for the American people. But when it comes to the matter of impeachment, I have no doubt that the entire process has been politically motivated. There's absolutely no evidence that President Trump committed an impeachable offense, which is why I will vote no. This whole process has been a ploy to circumvent the will of the people by removing a duly elected President of the United States. It is a national disgrace and sets a dangerous precedent. But we are a great nation, and we will survive this indignity. Let's put this ugly chapter behind us, Madam Speaker, and get to work. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question that will be answered today is, will members honor their oath to uphold the Constitution? Democrats are not supporting impeachment based on a policy disagreement or the election results of 2016. No one is above the law. The president must be held accountable. A constitutional process is not a hoax or a witch hunt. President Trump just opposes it. No one is above the law, not even President Donald J. Trump. The president abused his power by pressuring Ukraine to help his reelection campaign. Impeachment is a constitutional remedy for these actions. Trump betrayed his oath, betrayed the Constitution, and undermined the integrity of our elections. Those who are against the impeachment inquiry are willing to turn a blind eye to constitutional violations by the president. As a nation, we have no other alternative. We must protect our Constitution and the United States of America. In his own words, no intelligent person believes what he is saying.
Gentleman's
yield
time's
back.
expired. Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the totality of this process is just another reminder that my colleagues across the aisle are more focused on politics than policy. The American people deserve better. Our republic deserves better. The brave men and women of our military, myself included, have fought for the freedom and democracy all around the world. Yet today, my colleagues are eroding those freedoms through a process that ignored facts, abused power, and was shrouded in secrecy. Those facts could not be more clear. The President committed no crime, broke no laws, and there was no quid pro quo. I look forward to doing the right thing, representing the Hoosiers in my district, and voting against this impeachment charade. I stand with President Trump and look forward to passing policies that continue to move our country forward. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thanks to the hard work of our committees, the leadership of the Speaker, we found overwhelming evidence Trump invited foreign interests to interfere in our elections for his personal gain, and he then took unprecedented efforts to cover it up, obstructing Congress. I'm proud of the courage of new members to do their duty so that for the first time in his privileged life, Donald Trump will be finally held accountable for his reckless personal behavior and business practices. I vote proudly for these 2 articles of impeachment, and then I hope the House retains control of the articles until the Speaker and Leader Schumer can negotiate agreement on process and witnesses from McConnell so that the next stage will be open and fair so that Donald Trump will ultimately be held accountable.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Public hearings began November 13th. Less than a month later, Speaker Pelosi announced articles of impeachment on December 5th, saying that the investigation had revealed enough information to move forward with impeachment. Let's think about that. 22-day investigation. 6 of those days were weekends where hearings weren't happening and the House was not in session. 7 of those days were weekends that the House was in recess, including the week of Thanksgiving. 2 of those days were in flying days where Congress doesn't hold hearings. So out of the 22 days, just 7 days were used to investigate, debate, and vote on the impeachment of the duly elected leader of our country. No wonder my constituents are upset. 7 days to impeach the President of the United States. Not to mention that this 7-day investigation uncovered 0 facts in support of impeachment. I spent every minute I had in there as an observer of these hearings, and all I learned is that if you hate someone so strongly and enough people agree with you, that's grounds enough to be impeached. We asked for 12 hours of debate, the same amount of time allotted to President Clinton's impeachment, 12 hours of debate for possibly the biggest vote I will cast in my tenure as representative. Isn't asking too much. But no, they want to get out here before Christmas. So it's okay to rush through the process. I'm ashamed to be a part of this today, even as I vote against the impeachment. My constituents are calling every day, mad as hell, saying we should be ashamed that this historic chamber has fallen so low to allow something like this to happen. I yield back.
Back. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, my friend the gentleman from Georgia has a tagline about the clock and the calendar. Madam Speaker, this is not about the clock and the calendar. It is about corruption and the Constitution. It is about a president who abused his power to coerce an ally to intervene in our election and poses a continuing threat to the integrity of our next election. The president's defense is built on 3 pillars, and when those 3 pillars fall, the entire defense of the president collapses. First, they claim there was no quid pro quo. Well, the evidence is undisputed. President Trump conditioned a White House visit and military aid on President Zelensky's public announcement of the investigations. Ambassador William Taylor wrote at the time, quote, "I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign," close quote. A reporter asked White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney if there had been a quid pro quo here, and he replied, "We do that all the time. Get over it." The president refused to help our ally until he got a personal political favor, and so the first defense falls. Second, the minority claims that the Ukrainians didn't know about the hold. The evidence, again, is undisputed. Ukraine knew about the hold on the military assistance within hours of the president's July 25th call. Laura Cooper of the Department of Defense testified under oath that on July 25th, the State Department sent 2 emails to the Department of Defense notifying them that Ukrainian officials were asking, "Where is the aid?" The Ukrainians understood exactly what President Trump was asking. He wanted a personal political favor before the aid was released. And so the second defense falls. Third and finally, my Republican friends say the aid was released. But the aid was released only after the president got caught. This House launched its investigation on September 9th. The hold on the aid was lifted on September 11th. This is not evidence of innocence. It is evidence of culpability. The evidence is overwhelming. And when he got caught, he did everything in his power to prevent the American people from learning the truth about his actions by defying the congressional investigation, by ordering that all requests and demands for information be denied. With our national security and the integrity of our election at risk, we must act, not because of the clock and the calendar, but to fight against corruption and for continued self-government by the American people. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, I would just point out that to believe everything that was just said, you have to also believe that President Zelensky is a pathological liar. And with that, I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we're not debating impeachment of an American president today. Your minds are already made up. The Democrat majority has had a verdict, impeachment, looking for a crime since the inauguration. The Washington Post ran the headline, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun," just 19 minutes after President Trump took the oath of office. 19 minutes. Freshman Congresswoman from Michigan told a group of supporters, "We're going to impeach the mother blank," shortly after she was sworn in. Even Speaker Pelosi admitted last week that the impeachment effort has been going on for 2.5 years, long before any phone call between two world leaders. In fact, 71% of the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee supported impeachment before the phone call. The impeachment sham is based on hearsay, conjecture, and opinion. And you know what? You can't even get a speeding ticket in this country based on hearsay. But yet we're going to impeach an American president based on just that. Where are the crimes of treason, high crimes, or misdemeanors committed here? Those are things that constitute impeachable offenses, not hatred or policy disagreements. If memory serves me right, Congress told the administration to withhold aid to Ukraine until they got their act together, addressed corruption, straightened out. That was in multiple NDAAs voted on by both parties in this chamber. So in the simplest terms, we're impeaching the president for doing something we told him to do? Give me a break. We have wasted precious time we are given to serve the American people. While you held secret hearings and depositions behind closed doors in Chairman Schiff's Chamber of Secrets. But the American people have a great sense of fairness, I promise you. They see President Trump has not been treated fairly in this process. Impeachment based on hearsay and opinion, not facts. It's a sad day in this chamber, the People's House. I yield back.
Members are again reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I would now inform you that the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, the chair of the Intelligence Committee, will now serve as my designee and will control the remainder of the time on the majority side.
Does the gentleman yield to the gentleman from California?
He's my designee.
Okay. Does the gentleman from California yield to himself?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my colleague, Chairman Nadler. I thank him for the extraordinary job that he has done as Chairman of the Judiciary Committee and throughout these difficult proceedings. Madam Speaker, my colleagues, my fellow Americans, I rise to support the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. When a man unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents, having the advantage of military habits, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, when such a man is seen to mount the hobby horse of popularity, to join in the cry of danger to liberty, to take every opportunity of embarrassing the government, the general government, and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day, it may justly be suspected that his object is to throw things into confusion, that he may ride the storm and direct the whirlwind. These are the words of Alexander Hamilton, written in 1792. Could we find a more perfect description of the present danger emanating from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? The framers crafted a constitution that contemplated free and fair elections for the highest office in the land, but also afforded the Congress with the power to remove a president who abused the powers of his office for personal gain, who compromised the public trust by betraying our nation's security, or who sought to undermine our democratic system by seeking foreign intervention in the conduct of our elections. I would say that the founders could have little imagined that a single president might have done all of these things, except that the evidence has sadly proved this is exactly what this president has done. Hamilton, among others, seems to have predicted the rise of Donald Trump with a staggering prescience. Having won freedom from a king, the drafters of our Constitution designed a government in which ambition was made to check ambition, in which no branch of government would predominate over another, and no man would be allowed to be above the law, including the president, especially the president, since with whom would the danger be greater than with the officer charged with being our commander-in-chief? Over the course of the last 3 months, we have found incontrovertible evidence that President Trump abused his power by pressuring the newly elected president of Ukraine to announce an investigation into President Trump's political rival, Joe Biden, with the hopes of defeating Mr. Biden in the 2020 presidential election and enhancing his own prospects for re-election. He didn't even need the investigation to be undertaken, just simply announced to the public. The smear of his opponent, would be enough. To effectuate this scheme, President Trump withheld 2 official acts of vital importance to a nation at war with our adversary, Vladimir Putin's Russia. The President withheld a White House meeting that Ukraine desperately sought to bolster its standing on the world stage. And even more perniciously, President Trump suspended hundreds of millions of dollars of military aid approved by this Congress to coerce Ukraine into doing his electoral dirty work. The President of the United States was willing to sacrifice our national security by withholding support for a critical strategic partner at war in order to improve his re-election prospects. But for the courage of someone willing to blow the whistle, he would have gotten away with it. Instead, he got caught. He tried to cheat, and he got caught. Now, this wasn't the first time. As a candidate in 2016, Donald Trump invited Russian interference in his presidential campaign, saying at a campaign rally, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing." A clear invitation to hack Hillary Clinton's emails. Just 5 hours later, Russian government hackers tried to do exactly that. What followed was an immense Russian hacking and dumping operation and a social media disinformation campaign designed to help elect Donald Trump. Not only did candidate Trump welcome that effort, but he made full use of it, building it into his campaign plan, his messaging strategy, and then he sought to cover it up. This Russian effort to interfere in our elections didn't deter Donald Trump. It empowered him. The day after Special Counsel Bob Mueller testified before Congress about Russia's sweeping and systemic effort to influence the outcome of our last election, the day after President Trump believed that the investigation into his first electoral misconduct had come to an end, the president was back on the phone urging yet another country, this time Ukraine, to help him cheat in another election. 3 consecutive days in July tell so much of the story. 3 consecutive days in July of 2019. July 24th, the day that Special Counsel Mueller testified before Congress, and President Trump thought he was finally in the clear. July 25th, the day that President Trump got on the phone with the Ukrainian president, and in the context of a discussion about military support for that embattled nation that the president had recently frozen, said, "I would like you to do us a favor, though," and asked Ukraine to do 2 investigations to help his re-election efforts in 2020. That was July 25th. And then we come to July 26th, the day Gordon Sondland called President Trump on his cell phone from a restaurant in Ukraine. Gordon Sondland, not some anonymous never-Trumper, but $1 million donor to the president's inauguration and his hand-picked ambassador to the European Union. What does President Trump ask Sondland the day after this call? What does President Trump ask? What does the president want to know? Did he ask about Ukraine's efforts to battle corruption? Of course not. Did he ask how the war with Russia was going? Not a chance. On the phone, his voice loud enough for others to hear, President Trump asked Sondland, "So he's going to do the investigation?" And the answer was clear. Sondland assured Trump that the Ukrainian president was going to do it, and that he would do anything you asked him to. If that wasn't telling enough, my colleagues, in a conversation that followed, an American diplomat dining with Sondland asked if it was true that President Trump didn't give a blank about Ukraine. Sondland agreed, saying the president cared only about big stuff. The diplomat noted that there was big stuff in Ukraine, like a war with Russia. And Sondland replied that the president cared only about big stuff that benefits him personally, like the Biden investigation that Mr. Giuliani was pushing. In that short conversation, we learned everything we need to know about the 45th President of the United States. He doesn't care about Ukraine or the impact on our national security caused by withholding military aid to that country fighting for its democratic life. All that matters to this president is what affects him personally, an investigation into his political rival and a chance to cheat in the next election. As Professor Gerhardt testified before the Judiciary Committee 2 weeks ago, if what we're talking about is not impeachable, then nothing is impeachable. Even as this body uncovered the facts of this Ukraine scheme, even as we opened an impeachment inquiry, even as we gathered evidence, President Trump continued his efforts to seek foreign help in the next election. Well, I would think, he said from the White House lawn on October 3rd, that if they're being honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer, he said. And he made it clear it's an open invitation to other nations as well, saying China should start an investigation into the Bidens too. President Trump sent his chief of staff to the White House podium, and he told the world that, of course, they had linked aid to investigations, and that we should just get over it. And even as these articles have made their way to this House floor, The President's personal attorney has continued pursuing these sham investigations on behalf of his client, the President. The President and his men plot on. The danger persists. The risk is real. Our democracy is at peril. But we are not without a remedy prescribed by the founders for just these circumstances: impeachment. The only question is, will we use it? Or have we fallen prey to another evil that the founders forewarned? The excess of factionalism, the elevation of party over country. Many of my colleagues appeared to have made their choice to protect the President, to enable him to be above the law, to empower this President to cheat again, as long as it is in the service of their party and their power. They've made their choice, despite this President and the White House stonewalling every subpoena, every request for witnesses and testimony from this co-equal branch of government. They have made their choice, knowing that to allow this president to obstruct Congress will empower him and any other president that follows to be as corrupt, as negligent, or as abusive of the power of the presidency as they choose. They have made their choice, and I believe they will rue the day that they did. When Donald J. Trump was sworn in on January 20th, 2017, he repeated these words: "I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." Has he lived up to that sacred obligation? Has he honored his oath of office? Has he preserved, protected, and defended the Constitution of the United States? The uncontested evidence provides the simple yet tragic answer: he has not. In America, no one is above the law. Donald J. Trump sacrificed our national security in an effort to cheat in the next election. And for that, and his continued efforts to seek foreign interference in our elections, he must be impeached. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Chair, it's nice to see you here, Chairman Schiff. It would have been nice to have either you or the whistleblower present in either the judiciary or the oversight hearings. And I think we're continuing to neglect the four key facts of this. The transcript is out. Everybody can read it. The American people can read it. There's no conditionality or aid discussed on that call. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
The two principals on that call, President Trump and President Zelensky, have said there is no pressure. President Zelensky has basically screamed from the rooftops on numerous occasions that there was no pressure, no bribery, no quid pro quo. The Ukrainian government got the money and didn't know the aid was being paused, and no investigation was announced, and a meeting with the president took place, and the aid was released. And with that, I would yield.
To address the remarks to the chair.
And with that, I would yield a minute and a half of my time for my friend from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I come from a state that raises corn and cotton, cockleburrs, and Democrats. Your frothy eloquence neither convinces nor satisfies me. I'm from the show me state. You have to show me. The only thing that you all have shown so far is that you're about to impeach a duly elected president who has done nothing wrong. Democrats are not impeaching the president because they are scared of our republic or that he has committed a crime. They are impeaching him because they fear the president's policies and how well they are working for the American people. Most of all, they fear the election because they know they can't beat them. In fact, one of my Democrat colleagues is quoted stating, "I'm concerned if we don't impeach him, he will get reelected." This kind of rhetoric is disgusting. Impeachment is not a political weapon, and any member who votes for impeachment should be ashamed today. You cannot undo the results of the 2016 election simply because your flawed candidate did not win. And thank God she didn't. Over the last 3 years, unemployment has dropped to the lowest point in generations. We are seeing better trade agreements with our trading partners, and record numbers of taxes and regulations that stifle economic growth have been rolled back, all thanks to President Trump's leadership and commitment. But we shouldn't be surprised. Democrats have introduced articles of impeachment. Can I have 30 seconds?
We'll yield him 15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is very important. We shouldn't be surprised. Democrats have introduced articles of impeachment in 5 out of our last 6 Republican presidents. They are the party of impeachment. The Democrats are the party of impeachment.
Gentleman yields back, and once again, members are admonished to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Mr. Swalwell is recognized for 2 minutes.
Donald Trump is using the presidency to put his own personal gain above our national interests. He is using our taxpayer dollars and foreign interference to cheat the next election, and it jeopardizes our national security and integrity at the ballot box. And not a single fact in this case is seriously in dispute. I ask my colleagues, who sent his personal lawyer to Ukraine to investigate his political rival? Who fired an ambassador who stood in his way? Who conditioned a White House meeting on investigations that only personally benefited him and not the national interest? Who cut off military aid to an ally that desperately needed it? Who pressured President Zelensky to conduct those investigations? Who stood on the White House lawn and asked not only Ukraine to investigate his rival, but also China? Who has buried evidence and blocked witnesses from testifying? And who is still, today, sending his personal lawyer to Ukraine to dig up dirt and rig an election? The answer to all of these questions is President Donald Trump. This is a crime spree in progress, but we know how to stop it. Courage. Yes, this investigation has shown us how corrupt President Trump is, but it's also shown us the courage of some of our fellow patriotic civil servants who have used their courage to not only stand up around the world to extinguish corruption, but also to extinguish it at the White House. How? Well, my colleagues argue, no harm, no foul. Ukraine got the aid. Wrong. Trump cheated. Patriots caught him. Then Ukraine got the aid. Standing up, turns out, works. Now is the time to summon the courage of those patriots and to summon the courage that they showed against Donald Trump. If they can risk their careers, even their lives, to do the right thing, can my colleagues also do the same? After all, more is on the line than just military aid to an ally. Our national security is at stake. Stand up for that. Our election integrity is at stake. Stand up for that. And our Constitution's at stake. Stand up for that. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining on each side?
The gentleman has 1 hour and 23 1/4 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from California has 1 hour and 18 minutes remaining.
I appreciate the detail. And with that, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America. This partisan impeachment sham seeks to disenfranchise 63 million American voters. So I want to use my time to call on this chamber for members to rise and observe a moment of silent reflection, to give every member here the chance to pause for a moment and remember the voices of the 63 million American voters the Democrats today are wanting to silence. Madam Speaker, disenfranchising 63 million voters gives me 63 million reasons to vote no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to Ms. Sewell, the gentlewoman from Alabama.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart and a profound sense of the gravity of this moment that I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. To be clear, I did not run for Congress to impeach a president. I came to work every day on behalf of the hardworking people of Alabama's 7th Congressional District. But the facts are uncontested. The truth is clear, and I have been left no other choice. As a member of the Intelligence Committee, I sat in shock, in awe, as witness after witness came forward, their stories painting a clear picture of the president's abuse of power. They testified that the president had direct orders to withhold vital military aid for Ukraine and a White House visit in exchange for investigation into the Bidens. To date, all the military aid has not been released, and there still has been no White House meeting. The bottom line is clear. President Trump endangered our national security and the very essence of our democracy for his own personal political gain. Then President Trump sought to cover it up by subverting the oversight authority of Congress. If presidential abuse of power is left unchecked, we all become accomplices when he does it again. This cannot become the new normal, not on our watch. While President Trump's indefensible actions set in motion this event, my vote for impeachment today is not about the president. It is about my oath to defend and protect the Constitution of this United States of America and to make sure that I uphold and honor the sacred trust that my constituents gave me. President Trump has betrayed his oath of office. Let us not betray ours. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
North Dakota. I'm from.
You're back?
I'm back.
From
I'm
Georgia.
Back. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm back. I also noticed some changes around here since we left, and I noticed I have a new manager on the other side who, as I came back in from getting a quick bite, gave an eloquent defense of his side of this story that we're telling. I just wish we could have had that same eloquent defense before the Judiciary Committee where he could have been asked questions instead of just giving one side. With that, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today will forever be remembered as a stain on our republic. These impeachment proceedings are not based upon facts, evidence, reason, or any inappropriate or impeachable actions by our president. Instead, the actions being taken by those favoring impeachment are a product of their disdain for President Trump, his America First agenda, and particularly a disdain by the other party for the 63 million Americans that elected him as president. Again, these articles of impeachment are not based on any facts, but rather on hearsay, presumptions, innuendo, and feelings. Feelings by Democrats and career bureaucrats who have wanted President Trump removed from office since the day he was elected. In defense of the Constitution, I urge all members to oppose both articles of impeachment. It is unclear who will judge those voting for impeachment today more harshly, history or voters. So, I want Democrats voting for impeachment today to know that I'll be praying for them. From the Gospel of Luke, the 23rd chapter, verse 34, and Jesus said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues have referred to patriotic Americans who testified before the Intelligence Committee as career bureaucrats. I want to remind people just who those career bureaucrats are. They're people like Ambassador Bill Taylor, who has served this country for decades, graduated top in his class at West Point, served during Vietnam in combat, earned a Bronze Star, There are people like Colonel Vindman, served in Iraq, earned a Purple Heart. There are people like Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, served in dangerous places all over the world, one of the most respected of all of our Foreign Service officers. These are the people that my colleagues would pejoratively label as career bureaucrats. And why? Because they have the courage to do their lawful duty, to answer a subpoena, to come and testify. And for this, they're called career bureaucrats. Well, we should have more career bureaucrats of that caliber. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart. The two most difficult votes any member of Congress ever has to cast to vote to go to war are to impeach. Today, I will vote for the articles of impeachment. Over the last few months, I've listened carefully to my constituents. I've weighed all the available information to determine whether or not the President committed any wrongdoing. There are disturbing facts from this administration that inform my decision, including the President's own words. His ambassador to the European Union testified there was a quid pro quo to withhold aid to Ukraine for an investigation of former Vice President Biden, and that everyone was in the loop. His own national security advisor, John Bolton, said he wanted nothing to do with this drug deal, as he called it. And then the President openly acknowledged that China and Ukraine should investigate Mr. Biden. There's much more evidence pointing to the President violating his own oath of office. I have not made this decision lightly, but I must uphold my own oath of office because I believe the President has failed to uphold his oath of office. The weight of history and my belief in the Constitution of the United States and our own national security interests have led me to this vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is interesting to say, and I appreciate anybody who would come and give testimony, but it is interesting to see that the same chairman who just spoke eloquently about those who testified would have to actually dismiss completely almost anything by Mr. Volker or Mr. Morrison. But again, I will say, at least they had the ability and the willingness to come and testify, unlike the chairman who wrote a report, sent it to Judiciary, and didn't. With that, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the politically driven articles of impeachment that have been brought before the House of Representatives today. For the past 3 years, Democrats have been unable to accept the voters' choice to elect President Trump. They've used any and all undemocratic and unfair means necessary to try and remove him from office. My vote today is not only against illegitimate impeachment of our president, which began not with facts, but with a foregone conclusion. It is against House Democrats making a mockery of due process and the rule of law. This will not go anywhere in the Senate, so all Democrats have accomplished is postponing the important work of the American people sent their elected officials to Washington to do. This endless crusade of Democrats to remove the duly elected President of the United States has put partisan politics above the issues that Americans face today. It's time Democrats stop playing partisan games that hurt hardworking taxpayers. It's time for the American people to be Congress' priority again. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am more than delighted to refer to the testimony of Ambassador Volker and Mr. Morrison. Ambassador Volker, who acknowledged that in retrospect he should have recognized that when they were calling for investigations of Burisma, it really meant the Bidens, and that to ask a foreign leader to investigate a political rival was wrong. Happy to refer to his testimony, as well as Mr. Morrison, who went to the National Security Council lawyer immediately after he listened to that telephone call, and who also testified that he was informed by Ambassador Sondland that the President wanted Zelensky in a public box, that he wanted him to be forced to go to the mic and announce these sham investigations. Happy to refer to their testimony as well, and now happy to recognize the gentlewoman from California for 2 minutes, Representative Speer.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My father fled Nazi Germany for America because he saw what happened when a despot became untethered. He fled because he believed in democracy, in the rule of law, and the right to vote. Before he died, he asked to be buried in a simple pine box with an American flag to symbolize his love of this country. Today, we are called upon to do our duty out of love of country. The President stands accused. We must judge him as we judge any of our fellow citizens on the facts and on the law. The facts show that the President's North Star is Russia, not the Constitution. There is no question that President Trump delayed military aid to Ukraine, our ally, as they were under attack by Russia, our adversary. There is no question the President withheld a meeting with President Zelensky at the White House, giving Russia the upper hand in peace negotiations with Ukraine. There's no question that President Trump promoted the Russian hoax that Ukraine attacked our election in 2016, a canard that has been proven to be a lie, a Russian lie. The only question is his motive. The fact is, his conduct and crimes are reprehensible and unquestionably impeachable. When I vote today, my father's legacy is deep, very deep within me. My father loved America, and I love America, and that is why I will vote to impeach the President of the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see how this is playing out. Instead of coming to testify for 7 or 8 hours and answering all questions, we're going to do it in pot shots as we go and taking this. But again, let's talk about Mr. Volker again. He never testified that anyone wanted to investigate Vice President Biden. What he did testify to, which was left out, was that they wanted if the Ukrainians doing bad things placed Hunter Biden on the board of Burisma to avoid anything, that needed to be investigated and found out. Let's at least tell the story. Again, had plenty of time to do this in an actual hearing, not here. This is what they want. This is what they've been wanting. The majority has played this the whole time. So we'll play this out as long as they want to. It would have been better, though, if they actually had a case to have made it in the proper setting instead of not coming and not testifying. With that, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's very interesting to hear the socialistic left Democrats that have a newfound appreciation for the Constitution and our founders' principles. Would that those same socialists, Madam Speaker, would afford unborn babies the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as well. Madam Speaker, history tells us the first 3 impeachments in this country, crimes were involved. Johnson violated a law that Congress had just passed over his veto. Nixon was involved in a cover-up from Watergate. Clinton lied to a federal grand jury and instructed Monica Lewinsky to falsify an affidavit. Crimes. All instances of crimes. Now comes the socialistic-leaning D's, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, ostensibly reading the president's minds, knowing what his intent was, and dictating to us and the witnesses that were in the hearings what his mindset was, and that, quite frankly, they didn't believe that he had the right to be in charge of foreign policy. We heard ambassadors, and yes, we heard career bureaucrats, career diplomats, whatever you want to call them. They get to ride the bus. They don't get to drive the bus. The president is in charge of foreign policy. They said that the president had the audacity to use his judgment on foreign policy instead of theirs. Opinions, suppositions indeed. The very swamp he is draining is objecting. Who knew? Who knew? Today, now during the earlier rule debate, comes the floor manager of the other side from Massachusetts, citing not facts witnesses, but newspaper articles, CNN, USA Opinions, editorials. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. Americans are watching. The D's are delusional, deleterious, delirious, and in deep yogurt. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
I would just remind my colleagues that Ambassador Volker said that the attacks on Joe Biden were meritless, and he tried to persuade Mr. Giuliani that there was no factual support for them. Proud to recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Lewis, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to support this resolution. When we came to Washington in 1961 to go on the Freedom Rise, we chose that day. When we came here on August 28, 1963, for the March on Washington, it was joyful. We met with a young president, President John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
When we came here on August 6, 1965, for the signing of the Voting Rights Act, we were excited, hopeful. We met with President Lyndon Johnson, but today, this day, we didn't ask for this. This is a sad day. It is not a day of joy. Our nation is founded on the principle that we do not have kings, we have presidents. And the Constitution is our compasses. When you see something that is not right, not just, not fair, you have a moral obligation to say something, to do something. Our children and their children will ask us, what did you do? What did you say? For some, this vote may be hard, but we have a mission and a mandate to be on the right side of history. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always like to be polite, and I do appreciate the gentleman from California confirming everything I just said in my statement just a moment ago. With that, I yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since 2016, America has seen a pattern of failed and disproven attacks and allegations against President Trump. Today is the 4th impeachment-related vote since President Trump took office. It's yet another attempt to reach their predetermined conclusion of impeachment on a conclusion built on political bias, accusations, and innuendo. These repetitive and false allegations reveal a political obsession disguised as some kind of righteous oversight. When they didn't win at the ballot box, they pursued a Russian collusion narrative that Special Counsel Robert Mueller had to waste time and taxpayer dollars to prove false. When the Russia collusion malicious deception didn't work, Madam Speaker, Democrats sought a new path forward to impeach President Trump. They created a made-for-TV set of hearings, complete with witness auditions held in the basement of the Capitol. Despite all their efforts, the charges the House considers today lack evidence to support them. There wasn't one witness that said a crime or impeachable offense was committed. Madam Speaker, I remind my colleagues, no crime, no impeachable offense. That's a pretty good defense, if you ask me. I will work diligently to further reveal the truths and further reveal the abuses of power, Madam Speaker, that Democrats paid for and enacted during the last 3 years. Abuses of power from the other side of the aisle within this body and within our FBI. Americans deserve the truth. All in all, history will remember today as the political impeachment that set the precedent for presidents to be impeached every time there's a divided government. I oppose the articles before us today, and I yield back to the other side and their superior imaginations.
Gentleman from California.
I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, we are here today because the President of the United States abused his power and betrayed his oath of office. He laid siege to the foundation of our democracy, the electoral process. These actions have posed a direct threat to the freedom and fairness of the upcoming 2020 election. The very day after Robert Mueller testified that Russia had systematically and relentlessly attacked the 2016 election, the President picked up the phone and made his now infamous July 25th call to Ukrainian President Zelensky, asking the President, Zelensky, on that call to, quote, do us a favor, though, and announce investigations into his political rival, Joe Biden. We have since learned from numerous National Security Council and State Department officials the President did not even expect Ukraine to open these investigations. Rather, he just wanted them announced so he could smear his rival. Rather than trusting the voters to decide who should hold the White House, he again sought the aid of a foreign country to tip the scales in favor again. After Russia's unprecedented interference, a dark cloud hung over the 2016 election, and instead of leading the American people out from under the cloud, the President, instead, emboldened by perceived lack of consequence, attempted to pressure Zelensky to interfere in the 2020 election. After a courageous whistleblower came forward and warned Congress and the public about the President's scheme, The president stood on the White House lawn in front of TV cameras broadcasting around the world and called for China to interfere too. Some of my colleagues have asked, why not wait? Why are we proceeding? That's very simple. Because nothing could be more urgent. We are on the precipice of the 2020 election, and Congress has ultimate responsibility to protect the sacred equalizer, our right to vote, to defend the integrity of our elections, and to fulfill our duty to the Constitution. I will be voting in favor of impeachment today, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, anyone watching this impeachment sound and fury signifying nothing should look out for 3 misrepresentations the Democrats are making. 1, Trump endangered national security. No, the 55-day delay did not stop the Ukrainians from defending themselves. Trump actually gave them lethal aid, which Obama never did. During Obama's negligence, Democrats said nothing. 2, Trump is not above the law. No one is, but why don't the Democrats tell us what law he broke? They can't because he didn't break any. So Democrats have resorted to 2 vague and subjective articles, abuse of power and obstruction of justice. And 3, the evidence is not in dispute. No, the evidence is very much in dispute. In fact, for every statement Democrats cherry pick to indict Trump, many more statements back up the president. In reality, this is nothing but a partisan ploy by Democrats to overturn an election. But this charade will fail, and the Senate will exonerate Trump, and everyone knows it.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. As my colleagues have said, the evidence of the president's abuse of power and obstruction of Congress is uncontested. But let's outline a few key events involving the nearly $400 million in military aid that was held up by President Trump and for President Trump despite congressional mandate. The summer of 2019 was the summer of shame at the White House. On July 3rd, the White House first blocks security assistance money for Ukraine with no explanation. On July 10th, Gordon Sondland states during a White House meeting with Ukrainian officials that they will get a White House meeting only after announcing an investigation into President Trump's political rival. On July 18th, a White House staffer announces the freeze on Ukrainian aid per direct presidential order. And just 1 day after Robert Mueller's testimony before Congress, President Trump makes the now infamous phone call with Zelensky, asking him to investigate the Bidens. Then, things start to fall apart. See, the White House learns that a whistleblower has reported President Trump's phone call with President Zelensky in a complaint. And on September 9th, Congress starts to investigate the president's actions. And then the jig is up. On September 11th, the aid is suddenly released without explanation over 2 months later. When you read the call transcript and follow the timeline I've laid out, guilty is guilty. Nothing changed during that time regarding the president's supposed concerns over corruption. So let's be clear. The military aid was released because the president got caught. But getting caught doesn't get you off the hook. And I ask my colleagues, is attempted murder a crime? Is attempted robbery a crime? Is attempted extortion and bribery by a president a crime? Yes, it is. And the only question now is whether we will find the moral courage to stand up for our country and impeach the President of the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the impeachment of President Trump. Today is a day that diminishes the reputation and stature of the United States House of Representatives, a day I never dreamed I'd see. Today, my Democrat colleagues seek to overturn an election by forcing a vote that will forever be a stain on this Congress. They are not just voting to impeach President Trump. My colleagues are voting to impeach the judgment of every person who voted for him in the process by which we elect a president and by which we will govern our nation. My Democrat colleagues claim the Russians influenced the outcome of the 2016 election, but based on their corrupt impeachment proceedings, it appears my colleagues have been influenced by how Russia conducts political trials. No real evidence, no real crime, no due process, and no justice. The Democrats have failed to show any legitimate justification for the impeachment of President Trump. When they could not find real evidence, they made it up, called it a parody. They conducted most of the hearings in secret. They instructed witnesses not to answer Republican members' questions, and they denied Republicans our right to call witnesses, making it absolutely clear their objective was from the beginning pathetically political. We all understand that elections have consequences. To all my colleagues, Democrat and Republicans alike, this day will surely have consequences as well, as we descend into more disrespect, distrust, and even contempt that will eventually be destructive of this chamber, and I fear eventually our republic. I urge all members to vote no on impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
I thank the Speaker. Very quickly, my colleagues have made repeated reference to some secret proceedings in some secret Star chamber. This is apparently what they call depositions. I remind my colleagues that when they were in the majority, they conducted depositions, but they were different in this respect. In the depositions we conducted in the Intelligence Committee, over 100 members were able to participate. That's how secret they were. We revealed all of the transcripts of those depositions. The repetition of this falsehood does not make it true. It only makes the falsehood that much more deliberate. With that, I am pleased to recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Amash, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of these articles of impeachment. I come to this floor not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, but as an American who cares deeply about the Constitution, the rule of law, and the rights of the people. Under our system of government, impeachment is not about policy disagreements or ineffective governance, nor is it about criminality based on statutes that did not exist at the time our Constitution was written. Impeachment is about maintaining the integrity of the office of the presidency and ensuring that executive power is directed toward proper ends in accordance with the law. The Constitution grants the House the sole power of impeachment and the Senate the sole power to try all impeachments. We in the House are empowered to charge impeachable conduct. The Constitution describes such conduct as high crimes and misdemeanors, but because it pertains to high office and relates to the misuse of that office. We need not rely on any other branch or body to endorse our determinations. We have the sole power of impeachment. In Federalist Number 65, Alexander Hamilton wrote that high crimes and misdemeanors, quote, are those offenses which proceed from the misconduct of public men, or in other words, from the abuse or violation of some public trust. They are of a nature which may, with peculiar propriety, be denominated political, as they relate chiefly to injuries done immediately to the society itself. End quote. President Donald J. Trump has abused and violated the public trust by using his high office to solicit the aid of a foreign power, not for the benefit of the United States of America, but instead for his personal and political gain. His actions reflect precisely the type of conduct the framers of the Constitution intended to remedy through the power of impeachment, and it is our duty to impeach him. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Undoubtedly, the House Resolution 660 does not matter to the majority, and particularly the manager of this bill, because the Inspector General, I see, his transcript has not been released. There's not been documents transferred that were supposed to be transferred to the White House, and we're still not sure we got everything we're supposed to get in Judiciary Committee. I guess when you want to be transparent and open, you hold it in a skiff and do whatever you want. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This impeachment charade did not start with a whistleblower complaint. The campaign to impeach a duly elected president and overturn the will of 63 million Americans started 19 minutes after the president took the oath of office. 19 minutes after the inauguration, the Washington Post published a story headline, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." The first day of this Congress, on day one, a Democratic member of my class called for the impeachment of the president long before the call to the Ukraine. Then it was the Russia collusion hoax, then obstruction of justice, then bribery, then quid pro quo, none of which are included in these articles before us today. The first article of impeachment, crafted as a fiction, is not an enumerated basis in the Constitution for impeachment. The Democratic majority would have you believe that abuse of power is a high crime or misdemeanor. It's not. It's an opinion. It's not even a crime that can be charged in a court of law. Unlike Presidents Nixon and Clinton, who were tried for actual crimes, This president is being impeached on vague phrases that appear nowhere in our Constitution. The second article, obstruction of Congress, again, doesn't exist in the Constitution as a basis for impeachment and is attempting to impeach a duly elected president for asserting constitutionally based privileges that have been asserted on a bipartisan basis by administrations of both political parties throughout our nation's history. This House is impeaching a president over a phone call to another world leader, a few lines in a phone transcript that have been completely and utterly misrepresented by the majority. The process that ensued was anything but open, transparent, bipartisan, or equitable, abandoning all past historical due process afforded the minority and the president. The Democrats ran a partisan investigation, refusing the rights of the minority, refusing the ability for the President's counsel to call witnesses, refusing to allow the President's counsel to cross-examine fact witnesses, and refusing a minority hearing day, just to name a few. The majority waves around a report drafted that the Democratic staff concocted as a matter of fact. When they needed backup for their approach, they paraded out liberal professors with animus against the president who gave them license to impeach the president for any reason they wish. House Democrats are making themselves kings in a manner far worse and more obvious than what they are accusing the president of doing. The only abuse of power here is the Democratic-led Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to Mr. Cisneros, the gentleman from California.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was 18 years old, I joined the United States Navy and took the oath to support and defend the Constitution for the first time. I took that oath again earlier this year as a member of Congress. And every day I work hard to live by that oath and give the 39th District the representation it deserves. I have always maintained that impeachment is a serious undertaking and must be done with incredible care. When the unprecedented allegations against the President and his interactions with Ukraine were first reported, I felt it was Congress's duty to investigate and find out the truth. And now the facts are before Congress and the American people. The President betrayed his oath to support and defend the Constitution by attempting to undermine the integrity of our election for his own personal benefit. He asked a foreign government to investigate a political rival and endangered our national security by withholding military aid to an ally. For me, it's not about personal politics or party affiliation. It's about upholding my oath to put our country and our Constitution first and protect our national security. This is why I will vote to move forward with the impeachment of the President. I hope all my colleagues will join me in recognizing this grave threat and stand up to this administration in defense of our country and our Constitution. With that, I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Costello.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, going back almost 3 years to when the President was sworn into office, we've seen some members on the other side of the aisle pledging and promising to impeach President Trump. Prior to the start of this inquiry, Speaker Pelosi claimed that the impeachment must be compelling, overwhelming, and bipartisan. The impeachment inquiry was announced less than 3 months ago, and what we know is that the process has been fast, faulty, and flawed. What we've witnessed since September 24th, when the inquiry was announced, is that the evidence we've seen is not compelling, it's not overwhelming, and the process is undoubtedly and unquestionably not bipartisan. I'm viewing this through the lens of a former United States attorney, and as we take this vote, here's the bottom line for the American people. There was no bribery, there was no extortion, there was no quid pro quo, there were no high crimes and misdemeanors committed by the President. And I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we know that President Trump withheld needed military aid to Ukraine. We know that he used it to demand Ukraine interfere in the 2020 election for his own benefit. And we know that Ukraine knew. None of these facts have been disputed. Instead, the White House has tried to hide the truth. But the President is not above the law. Nobody is. Corruption and obstruction. The President is guilty of both. The blatant abuse of power was made clear from over 100 hours of testimony before 3 committees and was clear in the call summary released by the White House. The obstruction has been made clear by the President's refusal to cooperate at every turn, even when ordered by a court. Setting a precedent That any president can abuse their power to interfere in our elections is an existential threat to our democracy. It's also a betrayal of the oath of office and the Constitution. Therefore, in fulfillment of my own oath of office, it's with solemn purpose today that I vote to impeach President Donald Trump.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Democrats started with quid pro quo. That didn't work so well. Then it was bribery, extortion. Then they brought their witnesses in, and not one could answer if they saw any evidence of bribery, extortion, or any crime when questioned. There was just silence. Then the witnesses, they always testified, I heard this from her, so and so and so. When the Democrats brought their star witness in, Ambassador Sondland, when asked, he said, I presume the aid was held up. I presumed? Testimony was all hearsay, conjecture, and assumptions. So now it's abuse of power with no underlying crime, which is opinion. Abuse of power to the Democrats is they don't like his policies, or he treated a reporter harshly. Obstruction of Congress. You know, there are three co-equal branches of government. When the executive branch and the legislative branch have an impasse, that's when the judicial branch intervenes. They didn't do that. The Democrats didn't sought that route. Every president, including George Washington, could have been impeached based on these fact-less articles. There is no crime, there's no victim, as Ukraine received their aid before September 30th deadline, and no witnesses that witnessed anything. This isn't about the rule of law. It's politics at its worst. It's disgraceful. It's time to end this charade and scam on the American people. I urge everybody to vote no on these articles of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, happy to remind my colleagues of Ambassador Sondland's testimony. He posed the question, was there a quid pro quo? The answer is yes. When he was asked about a quid pro quo involving the military aid, he said it was as clear as 2 + 2 = 4. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to Ms. Schakowsky, the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
It is my adult son, Ian Schakowsky, whom I will always credit for my decision last June to support an impeachment inquiry. It had never been my goal to impeach a president, but Ian made such a compelling case. He reminded me of the oath I have taken 11 times now to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He said, Mom, this is not about politics. This is not about party. And pushing back against my arguments, he said, this has nothing to do with the final outcome. It's about doing the right thing, even if others don't. He made me see that it was about my legacy, my modest place in history. I want to thank you, my son, for helping me do the right thing today, to vote to impeach the President of the United States, Donald Trump, because no American is above the law. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also would like to remind the gentleman from California, Mr. Sondland, also said he had no direct evidence. He presumed that that was going on. I guess we're back to presumption again. Without a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Flores.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, on March 11th of this year, the Speaker of the House said the following in an interview with the Washington Post, quote, impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think that we should go down that path because it divides the country, unquote. I think most Americans would agree with that statement because it sounds thoughtful and reasonable. So here we are today to vote on the articles of impeachment. How did the majority party do in meeting the objectives set forth by the Speaker? Here are the answers. First, the only compelling attribute about this sham is the lengths the majority has gone to appease the radical socialist wing of their party. Second, the only overwhelming feature about this sham is the abuse of power by the majority and the reckless disregard for fairness by the majority throughout this entire circus. And finally, the only bipartisan activity related to this sham will be the votes against these flimsy articles of impeachment. I ask my colleagues to join me in opposing these deplorable articles of impeachment and to demand that the House get back to working on the priorities that hardworking families care about the most. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, proud to recognize Mr. Ruppersberger for 1 minute, the gentleman from Maryland.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I spent 12 years on the House Intelligence Committee, including 4 as ranking member. My bipartisan cooperation with the Republican chairman was widely recognized. When it comes to national security, there's no room for bipartisan politics. All 17 witnesses, mostly Trump appointees, told the same story during the Intelligence Committee hearings, each testifying that our commander-in-chief jeopardized American national security for the sake of his reelection. The president held hostage military aid for the fight against a common enemy, Russia. He willfully obstructed Congress's constitutionally prescribed impeachment powers. Over the last 2 years, I've resisted calls to begin impeachment proceedings, and I resent those who say this is about reversing the election. This isn't about whether or not you like Trump. It's about upholding our Constitution. Allowing this conduct to go unquestioned sets a dangerous precedent and permanent damages our system of checks and balances. No one is above the law. President Trump's actions are a clear threat to our national security and democracy. We must uphold our oath of office and support these articles. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to these baseless articles of impeachment. Our founding fathers never intended impeachment to be a one-sided political weapon. Sadly, the majority has reduced this serious constitutional action to a purely partisan tactic to take down President Trump. History will not be kind to the vote today. It will be remembered as a rushed process that lacks credibility or transparency, with a predetermined outcome that puts a premium on political theater instead of facts. By any objective standard, the Democrats' impeachment case is the thinnest imaginable. There's no impeachable offense before us today. It's a complete and total sham. I close not by quoting a president from the past, but rather from the duly elected President Donald Trump. To my Democrat colleagues, through you, Madam Speaker, you are the ones interfering in America's election. You are the ones subverting America's democracy. You are the ones obstructing justice. You are the ones bringing pain and suffering to our republic for your own selfish, personal, political, and partisan gain. These are hard words, I know, but that is the sad reality of this entire process. I will proudly vote no today, a vote that upholds our Constitution, defends our president, and preserves the pillars of our nation's democracy. And now I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I will vote in favor of impeachment today. The facts are irrefutable, and the ongoing obstruction and cover-up is shameful. You know, my parents came here as immigrants, and I'm proud to live in a nation that rewarded their hard work by providing a better future for my sisters and I. And as a first-generation American, and now a member of Congress, a story like mine is only made possible by a nation that upholds the rule of law and truly lives out the values enshrined in our Constitution. Mona and I are blessed with 3 wonderful daughters and 5 grandkids. Because of this living legacy, and the legacy I intend to pass on to my grandchildren, my vote today is rooted in protecting their future. The underpinnings for impeachment are real and historic. Trump has perverted the rule of law, abused his power, and engaged in a cover-up. No amount of misdirection, lies, disinformation, tantrums, and cries of victimization by Trump and others can undo the abuse of power and obstruction of Congress that remain clear and present. The president leaves us no choice but to vote to impeach so that we can protect our democracy and correct the damage that's already done. I will vote in favor of impeachment of Donald J. Trump, not as a partisan act, but as a serious, urgent, and necessary one. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
21 years ago this week, I spoke here on impeachment. In this, sadly, history will not treat Democrats well. They'll be forever remembered as the Senator Joe McCarthy's of our time. So blinded by their hatred of President Trump, they abandoned American rights of due process and fairness and just decency. Reminiscent of Joe McCarthy, they assaulted the Constitution, took glee in secret hearings, blocked evidence, and switched charges like rogue prosecutors. Ultimately, they chose abuse of power because they practice it so well. President Trump committed no crime or impeachable offense, none. His legacy won't be stained. Democrats will. We'll look back at these days in shame because Trump haters in Congress, like red haters of the past, are willing to plunge America into darkness for raw political gain. This impeachment betrays the nation, the Constitution, and the American people. I vote no.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Tyranny rarely appears full-born. It arises, it encroaches as freedom ebbs. Our nation's great founders sought to protect us from tyranny with a carefully crafted system of checks and balances. But now along comes a president who actually says he's constitutionally empowered to do whatever he wants, that he can neither be prosecuted nor even investigated for any crime, and that he can totally ignore any impeachment proceeding of which he disapproves. These are the claims of a wannabe tyrant who has extolled the virtues of tyrants and autocrats from Manila to Moscow. To advance tyranny, he adopts an open border policy, inviting foreigners to come into our country and intrude in our elections. Foreign nations have their own agendas, especially adversaries like Russia and China. American citizens should be the only ones determining the fate of America. If the president continues demanding more foreign interference, we will never have truly free elections, and we will not be free. We act today recognizing the solemn responsibility to safeguard our security and Constitution. We pledge allegiance to the flag and the republic for which it stands, not to one man who would be king.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I call my next speaker, could I get a time check from the Speaker?
The gentleman from Georgia has 1 hour, three and a quarter minutes remaining. The gentleman from California has 57 and a quarter minutes remaining.
That was 1 hour and
3 minutes, 3 and a quarter minutes.
3 and a quarter
1
minutes.
hour and 3 and a quarter minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't hear. I apologize. Thank you. For that, I'll now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from 1 minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you to my friend from Georgia, and thank you for your great work in dealing with this very sad day in our country. Today, for the third time in our nation's history, a president will be impeached. This will be, however, the first time impeachment has been entirely partisan and without merit. This charade is not because President Trump is guilty of a high crime or misdemeanor, but because one political party doesn't like him or his policies of America First. The facts are we have a divided government, and House Democrats are at war with the executive branch. Fact two, they have been planning for this day since President Trump took office. Fact three, they accused the president first and then have spent months looking for a crime. Fact four, but no evidence has been presented of an impeachable offense. During one of the partisan hearings,
security. When the President devised a shadow foreign policy that undermined our diplomacy and diplomats, when he held back assistance for Ukraine, who was embroiled in a war against Russia, when he pressured a foreign government to interfere in our elections, again, he sacrificed our security. He shook the faith of a loyal ally. He played right into the hands of Vladimir Putin. He weakened our country all because he thought it might help his re-election bid. Only the President has that power to corrupt our foreign policy for political gain. And the moment he chose to do so, the moment he undermined our security in a scheme to undermine our democracy, whether he succeeded or not, and thank God he did not, at that moment it became an abuse of power. And a president who abuses his power for personal gain is exactly what the framers feared. It's why impeachment is in the Constitution. So we need to pass these articles. The President's actions have left us no choice. He cannot be allowed to undermine our democracy and tear apart the fabric that holds our country together. So I will vote for impeachment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Getz, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
This is not about the Ukraine. It's about power. Donald Trump has it, and House Democrats want it. And so with no crime, no victim, no evidence, no proof, no agenda for America, this impeachment charade marches on, following no rules and adhering to no sense of honor. The American people aren't fooled by dirty tricks. Voters will never forget that Democrats have been triggered into impeaching the president because they don't like him and they don't like us. Those who vote yes on today's articles of impeachment must carry the heavy burden of shame and guilt for as long as they serve in Congress, which won't be long because the American people will remember in November. Democrats would rather trip the president just to see him stumble than see America succeed. They'd rather impeach the president than work together for the common good of our country and our citizens. Democrats may have won the House in 2018, but they haven't forgiven Donald Trump for having the audacity to win the presidency. And they haven't forgiven you, the American people, for voting for him. The day before she was sworn into Congress, one member of the body said she promised to impeach the mother effer. She's not alone. Trump's impeachment was plotted and planned before the ink was even dry on his election certificate, and possibly before some Democrats could even point to the Ukraine on a map. In seeking the chairmanship of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from New York said that he was the strongest member to lead a potential impeachment. Democrats may not have known why they were going to impeach the president, but they knew it was an inevitability. Facts be damned. This impeachment is a slap in the face to the millions of Americans who voted for President Trump. The same Americans that Democrats in Washington have mocked as smelly Walmart shoppers and deplorables. This impeachment isn't legitimate. It's the radical left's insurance policy. But we have an insurance policy too. It's the next election, and we intend to win it. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we, the people, have a common tie that binds us together now as it has since the founding of our country, and it's our shared respect for the Constitution of the United States. Let us all step back from the maelstrom of the moment to recall that our country's inception 243 years ago, the concept of a democratic, self-governing rule was a breathtaking and idealistic aspiration. And when the 13 American colonies boldly rejected the rule of a British monarch, our founders were determined to form a government that would rule instead with the consent of the governed. Ensuring that this noble experiment endured through the ages was an enormous existential challenge. It was met with the adoption of the Constitution in 1788. And at its heart are two bedrock principles that have served as touchstones for our country ever since. First, it established America as a nation of laws where no person is above the law. Second, it established the concept of a separation of powers where three co-equal branches of government would check each other, lest power be concentrated in one at the expense of liberty to all. Madam Speaker, when President Trump abused the power of his office by soliciting foreign interference in the upcoming election for his personal benefit, he willfully infringed upon the right of citizens to decide who will lead our nation. And in doing so, he placed himself above the law and in violation of his oath. And when he denounced, denied, and defied the clear authority of Congress to investigate his conduct, he repudiated our constitutional system of checks and balances and further violated his oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. And it is for these reasons I will cast my vote in favor of impeaching President Donald John Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of my colleagues across the aisle have said, hey, where are the facts? As if we have the burden of proof. It's your burden of proof, Madam Chair. It's the Democrats' burden of proof. But the facts are unchanged. The Ukraine received the aid that they were promised and appropriated for. The aid was lawfully disbursed. In fact, it was disbursed within the time limits set by this Congress. If you wanted it sent to them before September 30th, 2019, should have put that in the legislation. You did not. The Ukrainians gave nothing in return. The Ukrainian president said he felt no pressure, no coercion, no duress, no conditionality. But what changed? On the day that the aid was released, 2 anti-corruption measures were signed into law by the Ukrainian president, President Zelensky. Democrats have manufactured this sham and then argue that refusing to cooperate is impeachable. The Supreme Court is currently considering the extent of executive privilege when fighting dubious subpoenas. But instead of taking their process to court or waiting for the court to rule on the pending case, the Democrats chose to press forward because simply they said, we don't want to wait. We don't have time, they say. But failing to do so is an abuse of power of this institution that will have grave consequences for our republic. Now, when the other side claims they proceed with soberness, I'm bemused by media reports that indicate they have been admonished not to do a jig today when they win the vote, which we know they will. I am struck that solemnity of process shouldn't need to have an admonition against levity. This process has been partisan, vindictive, dishonest. In this impeachment, Democrats have lied about the content of the July 25th call, met secretly with the whistleblower, held Soviet-style hearings behind closed doors where the Judiciary Committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction, could not attend, blocked the President's counsel from participating in the fact-finding portion of the Inquisition. It has been a sham from start to finish, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I recognize Mr. Scott for a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend remarks in favor of both articles of impeachment.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I recognize Mr. Carson, the congressman from Indiana, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, as we continue and consider this historic impeachment vote, let's be clear that the President's actions seriously jeopardize not only America's national security, but the security of our closest allies. His actions threaten the goals of the U.S.-led NATO alliance. You see, Ukraine is a nation working hard to make its democracy stronger. And make no mistake, Ukraine is on the front lines of Russian aggression. Thankfully, U.S. military aid helps Ukraine defend itself against Russia and integrate itself into the European community. When our European allies are stronger, America is stronger. We are better equipped to promote democracy and put a stop to tyranny. But to President Trump, strengthening this valuable national security objective, Madam Speaker, was not as important as smearing a political rival. Madam Speaker, we know that he held nearly $400 million of aid to Ukraine until President Zelensky agreed to help him dig up dirt on his potential 2020 opponent. This aid was approved by Congress with strong bipartisan support. President Trump's actions hurt American diplomacy and undermine the integrity of our nation's promises to our allies. We will not allow our leaders to trade away our national security. We cannot allow Russia's continued threats to democracy go unanswered. And we must not allow our own president of these United States to get away with breaking his own oath of office. Madam Speaker, that is why we take this solemn but necessary vote to impeach. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
For what period?
Minute and a half.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day for our country, one that our forefathers warned us against. We have watched this illegitimate impeachment process unfold while making a mockery of our constitutional duties. House Democrats have conducted the most polarizing impeachment process in our nation's history, and the men and women I represent are tired of this Democrat-run House putting political games above our nation's national interest. House Democrats held secret meetings, withheld important documents, deliberately misrepresented information to the public, and did not give due process to the president. This investigation was unfair, and the American people expect more out of Congress. The articles of impeachment are not based on facts, but instead are entirely politically motivated. The truth is, there was no pressure put on President Zelensky, and the transcripts confirm that there was no conditionality. This inquiry has been rigged from the start, lacking fairness, transparency, and truth. It has been a waste of taxpayers' dollars and is based off the opinion of an unnamed whistleblower and hearsay. The accusations in today's proceedings do not align with the facts. This impeachment process is out of step with existing precedent for presidential impeachment proceedings and is not a process I will support. I urge my colleagues to put country first and vote in opposition to the articles of impeachment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. It is now my pleasure to recognize the gentlelady from New York. Chairwoman Maloney is recognized for 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. President Trump abused the power of his office for his own personal and political gain at the expense of our national security. President Trump's wholesale obstruction of Congress is unprecedented, indisputable, and impeachable. President Trump is the first president in history to openly and completely defy all aspects of the constitutional impeachment process. In an attempt to cover up his abuse of power, he ordered the entire executive branch not to participate in the inquiry and directed it to defy lawful subpoenas from Congress. As chairwoman of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, I find this obstruction particularly offensive. Even President Nixon accepted Congress's impeachment authority and allowed his aides and advisors to produce the documents to Congress. And President Nixon allowed current and former staff to testify in both the House impeachment and the Senate Watergate investigations, including his chief of staff and White House counsel. By contrast, President Trump, without any legal basis, directed current and former officials not to cooperate with the House's inquiry, which resulted in 9 administration officials defying subpoenas for testimony. And in response to the House's inquiry, President Trump refused to turn over even not one single document to Congress in response to lawful subpoenas. Put simply, President Trump's actions are even worse than Nixon's. Let me repeat, President Trump's actions are even worse than Nixon's. Our founding fathers established a system of checks and balances that spread out power between the branches of government. They decided that no one would be a king, that no one is above the law, including the president. And they gave the responsibility of impeachment solely to the people's House. When President Trump defies our subpoenas and obstructs our impeachment inquiry, he seeks to place himself above the Constitution and above the law. We cannot let that stand. And if we do, then that's the end of Congress as a co-equal branch of government. And we've allowed President Trump to elevate himself above the law. It is our solemn duty under the Constitution to impeach President Trump for his blatant abuse of power and his obstruction of Congress. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York yields. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for giving me this moment. Madam, or Mr. Speaker, years from now, history books will tell of this day. It will tell of a purely partisan effort to remove the President of the United States. An effort not built on a high crime or misdemeanor, not on a process in keeping with a high American standard of due process and equal treatment. This effort is rooted only in the governing party's hatred of a man elected President of the United States. Members on the other side of the aisle have been in pursuit of this moment since 2016. They are consumed by it. Earlier in this debate, one of our colleagues referred to our president as a domestic enemy. Our founders warned us about this day. That is why our nation has entrusted the future of the country with the outcome of elections, not the will of a party filled with contempt for a duly elected president. My hope is that when the historians write about this day, it is not written in the context of a nation that lost its way because its elected members chose hateful partisanship over the sacred oath that has protected this great republic since its founding. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in America, when we call the fire department or enroll our children in school, we do not expect a government official to say to us, "I need you to do us a favor, though." Why would we tolerate a president using his awesome power to make foreign policy when the safety of our country is at stake, not for the people, but for himself? I will vote to impeach today because President Trump did just that when he shook down a foreign country to criminally investigate his political rival. If we fail to say that this was wrong, then any president will be free to ask a foreign power, be it Russia, China, or Iran, to help him hurt his political enemies at home. And every foreign tyrant and kleptocrat will know that America's foreign policy can be bought by doing our president a political favor. If you believe that our highest duty is to protect America, then search your conscience and ask, do you want our future presidents to behave as this one has done? Do not whisper in the shadows of the Capitol that you disapprove and then defend that conduct here today. Do your duty, keep your oath, defend your country,
The gentleman's
as will
time
I.
has expired. Gentleman from California reserve. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over a month ago, on November the 14th, I spoke on the impeachment hoax with points true then and still true today. After over a month of secret investigations into the administration, Democrats have now decided to open these controlled hearings to the public. This continues the deception by Democrats to mislead the American people. It's insulting. No Republican witnesses, no counsel by the President to participate, and full exoneration by courageous President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. It is said that instead of focusing on funding our military through the National Defense Authorization Act, passed only last week, or passing the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement to create jobs, the Democrats continue, having wasted $30 million of taxpayers' money on the Russian hoax, now proceeding with a Ukrainian hoax. This partisan witch hunt diverts attention from the president's successes. The unemployment rate remains at a record low. There is record job creation, and the stock market again today is thriving, showing that President Trump keeps his promises. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we will never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism.
Gentleman from Georgia Reserve, gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're here at this moment in our nation's history because the president abused the power of his office, bribed a foreign government to intrude into our democracy, and engaged in an unprecedented campaign of obstruction of Congress to cover it up. Our credibility in the global community has been compromised. Our character and motivations are questioned. We know where the president's true loyalties lie, not with our constituents, not with our allies, but with our adversaries and himself. Abraham Lincoln once said, "Nearly all men can stand adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power." Donald Trump has failed this test, and now our test is whether we will be a check on that power. Therefore, we must hold anyone to account, regardless of party or politics, who sets fire to the very institutions that define our nation and our values. And with this in mind, I will vote yes to impeach Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. Gentleman from California Reserve, gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the process and to the resolution. When Congress sees fit to examine its solemn power of impeachment, it is imperative that it does so in genuine pursuit of justice, fairly, transparently, and objectively. Anything less is unacceptable. This partisan impeachment has fallen far short of that. Sadly, Alexander Hamilton's prediction in Federalist number 65 has come true, where he warned that in many cases it will connect itself with the pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or on the other. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by the real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. After years of investigations, hearings, and millions of taxpayer dollars, Democrats found no proof that the president committed a crime. No proof, as the vague accusations in these articles clearly reflect. A basic prerequisite for impeaching for high crimes and misdemeanors is a charge that an actual crime was committed. These empty, baseless articles expose for the American people what this is: a desperate partisan attempt to avenge the loss of the Democrats' preferred candidate in 2016. We must respect American voters and reject these articles.
Gentleman from Georgia Reserves, gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick fact check before I yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that no Republican witnesses were allowed to testify. That is, of course, not correct. In the Intelligence Committee, 3 of the Republican requested witnesses testify. That is, 1 out of every 4 of the witnesses were Republican requested witnesses. That they incriminated the president did not make them any less requested by the minority. I'm now proud to recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Today I reflect on the imperatives of 2 sons of Massachusetts, John Adams, who in one sentence captured the very foundation of our country, saying, "We are a government of laws, not men." Translation, no one is above the law. And John F. Kennedy, who in his iconic City Upon a Hill address cautioned that any one of us holding public office would be judged by the high court of history on whether we were truly men and women of courage, with the courage to stand up to one's enemies and the courage to stand up as well to one's associates, the courage to resist public pressure as well as private greed, and on whether we are truly men and women of integrity who never run out of the principles in which we believe, and whom neither financial gain nor political ambition could ever divert from the fulfillment of our sacred trust. President Donald Trump, indifferent and disdainful of this sacred trust, conspired to extract personal benefit from his office. He dishonored his oath. I refuse to abandon mine. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to point out very quickly that the only Republican witnesses allowed in the intelligence hearings were on a Democrats' pre-approved list. And with that, I would yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this partisan sham of an impeachment resolution that is ripping our country apart. Beginning even before he took office, President Trump has been attacked by a never-ending barrage of lies and corruption and deceit by the liberal political elite, including James Comey, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Hillary Clinton, and the impeachment zealots in this Congress. Democrats colluded with Russia and Ukraine to interfere in our 2016 election by producing the now famous fake dossier. Now they accuse President Trump of colluding with a foreign power. What a joke. They abused their office to illegally wiretap and spy on President Trump's campaign. Now they accuse him of abusing his office. What a joke. They structure these proceedings to deny the president and Republicans in Congress a fair hearing. Then they accuse the president of obstructing Congress. Look in the mirror, folks. The reaction of the American people that this is contrived and corrupt was entirely predictable and is entirely correct. The polls have turned against them, and the Democrats are desperate to stop the bleeding. That's why we're cramming this vote in today, just before leaving for Congress, to dispose of impeachment as quickly and painlessly as possible. The actions of the Democrats are a stain on this chamber. I urge my colleagues to join me in fighting against this shameful abuse of power and vote no on this sham of an impeachment resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Hi, Madam Speaker. Didn't think I'd have to do another fact check so quickly, but of course there was no pre-approved witness list. I'm now proud to recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
The decision to impeach a president of the United States is of enormous magnitude and utmost significance. There are few issues that so deeply reflect upon the Constitution and the American system of governance. As a senior member of the United States House Foreign Affairs Committee, I've spent years trying to promote American values of democracy and the rule of law in other parts of the world, including Eastern Europe. Because I have been so steeped in Ukrainian issues for so long, I know how damaging President Trump's actions were. But the president's damages does not end there. He has consistently obstructed at every turn of this investigation. This nation's founding fathers fought to end unaccountable rule. We did not free ourselves from a king to turn the president into a monarch. But the camera of history is rolling. And I will cast my vote consistent with the principles of democracy, the rule of law, and our Constitution for the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump. I do so because I could not look my granddaughter or any member of future generations in the eye, having condoned actions that undermine our democratic system. And I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. May God bless the United States of America.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I am strongly opposed to the